Nation. We're going to lead with terrible news, especially in the world of Steve Morrison and anybody who loves comedy. But Norm Macdonald passed away, and he had been battling a 9-year cancer struggle that was a complete secret.
Completely
no one knew about it.
Out of the blue. And Preston, people who are pretty close to him were on social media yesterday. Some of his legendary comedian compatriots had no idea.
Yeah. Well, and the publicist kind of explained it, like that he did not want that information out there.
Yeah. Well, he was going to, I think from what I had read, is that he still wanted to be able to do what he did without the distraction
I feel bad for you.
People worrying about him and so on. I have not heard what kind of cancer he suffered from. It doesn't really matter, but it is nice to know. Just for your own concern.
Sure.
His longtime producing partner and friend, Lori Jo Hextra, said he was most proud of his comedy. She said he never wanted the diagnosis to affect the way that the audience or any of his loved ones saw him. Norm was a pure comic. He once wrote that a joke should catch somebody by surprise and it should never pander. And, of course, he never really did. The actor and comedian started his career as a writer on Roseanne Barr's sitcom in 1992.
Yeah.
Before he was hired by NBC as a cast member on SNL. And after leaving SNL in 1998, he had his own sitcom, The Norm Show, from 1991 to 2001.
Do you remember that show?
No.
Yeah, it was a classic sitcom, and he was good, but it never clicked the way they'd hoped.
We have some clips
yes.
That we can play of Norm. We have a collection of him on the Letterman show. He was a favorite of Dave's.
He adored Letterman.
And here we go with some clips of him.
You look very youthful. And how come we haven't seen you in 2 years?
Oh, how come I haven't been here in 2 years?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I've been busy. I got a kid,
I know. How old?
Well, you got a kid?
Yeah, I do.
How old's Harry?
He's 7.
Yeah, man, they grow up so slow. It's barely discernible, isn't it?
Yes. How old is your son?
He's 18. They get far less cute.
Yeah.
They're not as cute when they're out on the lawn punching you in the chest.
You have was it your first stand-up special?
Yes, I did a Comedy Central special.
Great.
One of 40 they did this year on Comedy Central.
I'm very surprised and impressed about this, that you've built kind of like a Twitter following.
Yes, well, I'm an internet sensation.
Whoa! Now, I didn't take you for a guy that would know about that kind of stuff.
I know all about that stuff.
Really?
Man.
When did you start Twitter?
2 weeks ago.
Really?
We have, yes, Kat, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Steve, I know that you loved him, but I forever said he was my favorite Weekend Update. I don't think anybody ever did it the way he did.
No, you are absolutely right, by leaps and bounds. And even another person that I thought did a great job, Dennis Miller, would step aside and say, no one did it like Norm.
We have a clip of him, of course, doing his legendary impression of Burt Reynolds on the Jeopardy parodies.
How many
do?
Preston, in all the obituaries and all the online articles that popped up, how many of them had that picture of him with the big hat on and the Burt Reynolds makeup?
Oh, yeah. And the mustache.
Oh, yes.
It's a funny hat.
Here's a clip.
And finally, back again, Burt Reynolds in a commanding lead with $14.
Hey, check out the podium. Look at this.
Mr. Reynolds has apparently changed his name to Turd Ferguson.
That's right. Turd Ferguson. It's a funny name.
John Travolta learned how to dance for this 1977 hit movie. Please answer in the form of a question. Burt Reynolds.
What is Josh?
No. The answer is Popeye is this sort of man. Burt Reynolds.
What is Popeye?
No. This racing movie with Dom DeLuise told us that, yes, cannonballs can run. Burt, you might want to guess this. Burt Reynolds.
Well, I don't know Shakespeare.
No. This December 25th holiday involves decorating a tree and opening presents. Burt Reynolds.
Yeah, when's my birthday?
Those are excellent.
They're great.
We have a clip of him talking about Germany. This is from his comedy routine.
Yeah, and this is his most recent Netflix special. So, and if you want to listen, and I've said this before, this is why I idolize Norm Macdonald. His use of language and the way he hits certain words was just great.
All right, here we go.
There's only one country that frightens me, and it's the country of Germany. I don't know if you guys are students of history or not, but for those of you who aren't, Germany, in the previous century, of the early part, they decided to go to war. And who did they choose to go to war with? The world. So you think that would last about 5 seconds and the world would win, and that'd be it. But I think it was actually close. And then, I don't know how that worked, but then 30 years pass, and Germany decides to go to war again. And once again, they choose as their foe the world. And now, this time, they really almost win. So at this point, you would think the world would go, okay, Germany, you're not a country anymore. All right?
I was working yesterday, and when this news floated across my radar, and it was a gut punch, man.
Yes.
I was devastated all day yesterday. Steve, I know this one hit you hard, too. I think Norm is my favorite comedian of all time, and I just at 61 to lose him really is awful. It's just terrible.
He played that fumbling for words kind of persona, but he was incredibly well read. He was incredibly smart, and you needed to be that smart to come across as I don't know. Yeah.
He had a show on Netflix that was really weird, and but I highly recommend it. It's just him. M. Night Shyamalan was on it.
Yeah, it ported from YouTube, so
Yeah.
he had his own channel, and Netflix bought it.
And they would sit around and talk about whatever the hell Norm wanted to talk about, and he would kind of throw out the guests. But Judge Judy was on one time, Night Shyamalan, David Spade, and so he would have these people on. And I remember Spade at one point was like, "Is this a show?
Are the cameras even on?"
Right.
Yeah,
that's right. There's a clip of him on the final Letterman appearance.
Yes.
Case, do you have that?
Yeah, that's right.
All right, here we go. It gets a little emotional.
So anyways, I'd just like to say, I know that Mr. Letterman is not for the mawkish, and he has no truck for the sentimental. But if something is true, it is not sentimental. And I say in truth, I love you.
Oh man, you could hear it. He was good.
Yes, it
wavering in
gets
his
me now
voice.
just every freaking time.
And then we have an ID. Is this from when he would stop by here?
No. He's talking again from his comedy, talking about the word identification.
Okay, here we go. Last one we have.
I was in the airport, guys were asking my ID, and it occurred to me that ID is a strange abbreviation because I is short for I, and then D is short for identification. So, seems to me D is doing most of the legwork on that one.
Obviously, many stars have commented on his passing and what a genius he was in the world of comedy. So sad news.
And when he came in here, that was I tweeted out yesterday. It was one of the rare times that I got nervous because I wanted him to like us so much, and he did.
He
and
was
it
a great guy.
Great.
That's sad news. I have a couple of other things to pass along, and then we'll move out. So Amanda Bynes' conservatorship is going to go on another status report in 2023, so it's a little ways off. According to court documents, a status report regarding the actress's health was filed and approved by a California court with the next update scheduled for 2023. Bynes' lawyer said rumors of her conservatorship being extended to 2023 incorrect. He said her conservatorship is not extended through March 2023. It's open day to day. A status report regarding her health and welfare was recently filed and approved by the court. By law, the next status report is due in 2 years. Her conservatorship will terminate when it is no longer convenient for Amanda, which I don't really know what all that means.
I look at pictures of her currently, and this is totally objective.
The light has dimmed.
It has dimmed.
Yeah, you can tell.
She used to be so, and I don't know if that is perhaps a product of what she might be taking to keep her her level, but it's just not there.
Yeah, I think she had some real mental.
She clearly did.
I don't know if it's chemical, imbalance or something along those lines, but something happened because she was different.
Yeah,
and has changed. So they're keeping an eye on her. But in 2023 is the next time they do one of these status checks. Theater royalty in the form of Kristen Chenoweth, Julie Taymor, and Lin-Manuel Miranda welcomed back boisterous audiences to Wicked, The Lion King, and Hamilton for the first time since the start of the pandemic, making Tuesday as the unofficial return of Broadway. Chenoweth surprised the crowd at Wicked by appearing on stage for a speech at the same stage where she became a star years ago. And she said the fitting line, she said, "There's no place like home."
Right.
Coming back there. And the crowd hooted and hollered and gave her a standing ovation. You could hear them hoot.
It's not a hoot.
Several hoots and a couple of hollers. That'd be kind of scary.
It would be terrifying.
Yeah.
I think that the actors would walk off the stage.
Taymor, the director and costume designer for The Lion King, congratulated her audience for the courage and enthusiasm to lead the way. She said, "Theater as we know it is the lifeblood and soul of the city. It's time for us to live again." And Miranda at Hamilton summed up the feeling of a lot of people when he asked, "I don't ever want to take live theater for granted."
And by the way, I did not write Hamilton. I have to know. Yeah. Preston, I have a love-hate relationship with Broadway, and because there's wonderful things to see.
Yeah.
But those theaters are designed for people from the 1870s.
Yeah, they're tiny.
And unless you're a dwarf.
But it is super exciting going
It is
to one of those
amazing.
shows.
It is amazing.
It is also super expensive to go.
Oh, my
to
God.
one of those
$200 or
shows.
$300.
It's insane.
Yeah.
The first time I went to Broadway, I'd gotten comp tickets, because of my job. I was a music director, and it was for Rent, and Rent had a soundtrack and all this stuff. And so the record company got us tickets. I'm like, wow, man, that was a great time. We enjoyed the hell of the show. It was amazing. And I'm like, we should go back and see that again sometime. And then we went to go back and see it, and we paid for tickets. I'm like, oh my God.
They offer packages, though, that are actually really good deals that comes with dinner at, you can choose from a number of restaurants and things like that. So at least it's
hotels sometimes, and an organ transplant.
But just anything in New York.
Anything in New York.
You get a cheese sandwich, and they're like, that'll be $14. You're like, what? It's a cheese sandwich, though.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's right. We're in New York.
So I know the audiences are masked. That's part of the deal, yes?
I believe so.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
They were doing New York, New York, the song outside, and all the cast were wearing masks, but you could hear them fine.
Sure.
So The Lion King, Hamilton, and Wicked all staked out Tuesday to reopen together. Former Governor Andrew Cuomo had picked September 14th when Broadway could begin welcoming back audiences to full capacity. And the trio of shows, however, were beaten by Bruce Springsteen's concert show in June and the opening of the new play Passover on October 22nd.
Is Springsteen in Passover too?
No, but the return of the three musicals,
My name is Rabbi Moish.
the spiritual anchors of modern Broadway success, as well as the return of long-running Chicago, and the reopening of the iconic tickets booth, the TKTS booth.
Yes, which is always full of activity if you walk around that area.
Right there in Times Square.
Absolutely, yeah.
And their important signals that Broadway is back despite pressure and uncertainty from the spread of the Delta variant.
You just brought up a good idea, Preston. Just what if Bruce Springsteen were to bring the jazz singer to Broadway as Bruce as the jazz singer?
He should really explore those avenues.
If he wants to destroy his career, I think it's the way to go.
Yeah. Okay, so this is interesting. Chrissy Teigen has admitted, listen to this,
Her again.
She underwent a cosmetic surgical procedure to have fat removed from her cheeks.
Okay.
Per a recent Instagram story she shared.
Isn't that kind of her look? She does have
She's
kind of
very roundish cheeks.
She's clearly a beautiful woman.
She wrote, "I did that Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal thing here," she said.
The Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal?
I guess so, yeah. Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal. She
I can't say
Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal.
That's amazing. I can't do that.
Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal. Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal. Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal. There you go.
That's pretty good.
Thank you, sir.
Now do it backwards.
I can't do that. Fat buccal diamond doctor. Well, I left out removal fat.
Oh, way to
All
go.
Removal fat buccal diamond doctor. I'm reading it. I can see it written here. So
Still good.
Still pretty good.
removal fat buccal diamond doctor.
I will say this after Dr. Buchel's fat removal, that she looks different.
Yes.
Well, it's sort of that what we were talking about. Who was it yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
It was Tori Spelling.
Tori Spelling. It's
Terrence and Phillip.
Yes, it gives that Terrence and Phillip look.
If you do too much, it looks like she got not like almost too much. It's,
Right.
she's
Not as
flirting
much
with
as
it.
Tori.
With Dr. Buchel's fat removal?
Wait, what's buccal? Because his name's Diamond. What's the buccal?
Dr. Diamond Buchel's fat
I assume the buccal is the kind
Procedure?
of fat.
Oh.
It is, or the buccal fat removal.
So it's Dr. Diamond Buchel's fat removal.
Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal.
Okay, it's not plural.
Maybe someday they'll have a Dr. Diamond buccal fat replacement.
Yes, and fill those cheeks back up again.
Exactly. She added, and since I quit drinking, I'm really seeing the results, and I like it. Yeah, I did it. What?
What?
Did she wrote what at the end? What? No shame in my Dr. Diamond game, she captioned the clip. Yeah. Dr. Jason Diamond stars in E's Dr. 90210 and Netflix's Celebrity Plastic Surgeons.
Yeah, I know this guy.
Tegan has opened up about work she's had in the past, including lipo to her armpits.
Huh.
Her armpits?
Yes. Lipo,
They're
you got to
pits.
suck those fatty pits.
Her armpits.
They look for stuff, Press.
in her armpit?
They
Well-
spend so much time in front of the camera and in front of the mirror. They go, I need to.
Yeah,
What
I
they
guess
look,
so.
they look like sub boobs, like all like they're off to the side, and they'll swing around in case like a Mako's teeth. If it loses one, they move forward.
I mean, I know what she's talking about, but the fact that you'd actually go and have surgery for that?
By the way, Kathy, it's my understanding that lipo is the most invasive and the most risky
It's
of
what killed
cosmetic
Connor's
surgery.
mom.
It's because it's very bloody. There's a lot of blood involved.
Just
so
ask
a lot of people.
Yes. Have you ever seen a procedure
Yeah.
done? It's
Yeah.
disgusting.
No, you think I seen it? No, I will not look at that. But
Yeah,
I
it's
know.
gnarly.
Yeah.
I've seen videos of it. It's
Disgusting.
gnarly. The breast. She also had breast augmentation and subsequent removal. So she got the breast implants taken out.
So did Dr. Diamond take the removed fat from the cheeks and pop it in the...
you could do that.
Yeah.
The buccal fat removal replacement procedure.
At that point, then, do you put rouge on your breasts?
Double secret probation. I don't know. Let's see. Big changes are afoot for Christopher Nolan, the iconic director who generated billions for Warner Brothers with the Dark Knight trilogy, has earned his first Best Director Oscar nod for Dunkirk, or he did. Is moving his next project to Universal. So going from Warner Brothers to Universal. It's a big move.
He'd been with Warner Brothers for a long time.
The film, which is about World War II scientist J. Robert Oppenheimer, father of the atomic bomb, inspired a bidding war between Sony, Paramount, and Warner Brothers as well. This move comes amid Nolan's decision to speak out against Warner Brothers' move to send films, to HBO Max and movie theaters on the same day.
Yeah, and
It's a bit of a revolt.
He carries a ton of weight. He is, a highly respected director. So, so he moved.
So Nolan wants his next film to be released exclusively in theaters. And speaking of that, hang on, I have a story that kind of ties into that. Where is it? It has to do with the box office and predictions. So the global box office is projected to hit $20.2 billion this year, up 68% over last year, according to analysts at Gower Street.
Did they say what impacted it last year, Preston?
No, they have no idea. No, it's still 52% under 2019 as of September 11th this year. Just under 88% of the global cinemas are operating.
We are flummoxed. What happened?
Warner Brothers' Dune, the latest James Bond, No Time to Die, Sony's Venom, Let There Be Carnage, Disney Marvel Eternals, and Spider-Man No Way Home, and Warner Brothers' The Matrix Resurrections are set to be released later this year. Now, speaking of The Matrix, Matrix 4 director Lana Wachowski says bringing back Neo and Trinity in a surprise reboot of the films helped her manage grief. She said at the International Literature Festival Berlin, she said, my dad died, then a friend died, then my mom died. I don't really know how to process that kind of grief. I hadn't experienced it that closely. You know their lives are going to end, and yet it was still really hard. She said, my brain is always reaching in my imagination, and one night I was crying and couldn't sleep, and my brain exploded this whole story, and I couldn't have my mom and dad, yet suddenly I had Neo and Trinity, arguably the two most important characters in my life. She said it was immediately comforting to have these two characters alive again, and it's super simple. You can look at it and say, okay, these two people die, and okay, bring these two people back to life, and oh, doesn't that feel good? And yeah, it did. It's simple, and this is what art does, and that's what stories do. They comfort us.
Yeah, listen, that's a healthy way to channel that. I mean, to get those people as important as they are in your life, all dying within a year.
She also said after showing the film to Keanu, she said he was really blown away by it. Whoa. And he said something that was typical Keanu, where it's incredibly insightful, and he's just sort of sitting there, and you don't expect some incredible revelation to come out of him at that moment. Like casual brilliance just kind of rolls off Keanu, and he was just sitting there, and he goes, 20 years ago, you told a story in which you described the coming 20 years and where you described the coming 20 years and the problems of the nature of digital virtual life and how it was going to impact us and how we think about it, and gave us a frame to be able to think about it and talk about it. And you took the same character and the same stories and the same stuff, and somehow you made it about the next 20 years. And he was like, how did you do that? So that's cool. The film will land in theaters and on HBO Max on December 22nd.
Are there any more donuts left?
So that should be pretty cool. So I'm looking forward to that. All right, we're going to jump right over into the clips now. We will go with this one. Can two strangers find love after just one encounter?
Yeah!
Here, Jamie Otis from Married at First Sight explains how even though her relationship seems so happy on TV, ultimately they're just like us.
I think that, I love, how we seem so optimistic and positive, of course, today. But the truth of the matter is if you were talking to us 2 weeks ago, I was literally upstairs crying with greasy hair in the closet after the end of our couples therapy session.
You're a complete dirty whore.
Who are we talking to? Yeah. The caller the other day who worked at the White House.
Oh, yeah.
And her boyfriend at the time had said that he was going to, it said this terrible thing, which I'm not going to say for fear of getting in trouble myself. And she had said he was on that show, Married at First Sight.
Yes.
Right?
Something like that, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. New episodes of Married at First Sight airs Wednesdays on Lifetime at 8 p.m. Next clip. The J-Team marks first big screen debut for teen star JoJo Siwa. In this clip, Siwa explains how any negative references to infamous coach Abby Lee Miller had to be cut.
There actually was a lot more, I guess I should say, Abby references. There's a moment in the movie where actually Miss Poppy's coach, when she was little, Mr. Melody, he said something like, I want no crying kids in Mr. Melody's class. And I once I got the script, I was like, no, because this is not a dig at Abby at all.
I don't think I want to see it.
The J-Team is streaming on Paramount Plus right now.
Have you watched it yet, Preston?
No. No. I barely know who she is, but she has just under 11 million followers on Instagram.
They did Social Media Darlings on Family Feud one night a couple weeks ago. They had her and I forget who the other one was, but I mean millions upon millions upon millions of followers. And I was attempting to determine what it exactly was that they do. What is the talent? I guess she dances. Mm-hmm. She was one of the teen,
right. And she'll be on Dances with the Stars this season.
Yeah, that's right.
She's just going to keep growing.
Yeah. Wow.
On the J-Team, which is what we're all on now.
All right, and what does the J stand for? Do we know?
JoJo, I guess.
The JoJo team?
Oh, yeah.
I honestly thought it was Jewish.
I did too.
I like J-Date.
Yeah.
I was like, she's on the J
The Jewish team.
Yeah.
Shalom.
All right, and that's the Entertainment Report. We're going to take a break. We have several guests on the show this morning. We will be joined by Michael Gandolfini and Alessandro Nivola, who are both in The Many Saints of Newark, which is the prequel to The Sopranos. And we will talk to those guys around 8:30 this morning. And we also have Melora Hardin from season 30 of Dancing with the Stars.
Yes, in The Office.
The Office, yep. And more. We're going on Fox. Good Day, all this other stuff. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Don't forget, secret text word, chance for you to take a seat of Black Crows and Dirty Honey next Thursday. BB&T Pavilion, text word secret to 39333. Oh, and the money clips, too. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Preston and and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
What's new? Glad you asked.
Foo Fighters.
After splitting from Kristen Cavallari after 10 years together, sources tell ET that Jay Cutler is on the celeb dating app called Raya.
This just in, Jay Cutler's on the dating app Soraya.
Psoriasis. Raya. No.
It's for people looking for other people with skin conditions.
That's cool.
Let's meet for some drinks and chafe together. Let's flake together.
Yeah.
And then I am on a site for people with vitiligo.
Oh, let's flake together.
Yeah. No, I think it's like one that you have to be accepted into.
Raya? Is it one of these where you need...
Like some
you
sort
have
of
to be somebody.
Yeah, like
She's
notoriety.
right. Yes, in fact, it is the celebrity
notoriety. Raya. I don't know. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it. Maybe it's Raya, R-A-Y-A. But
who really cares?
His profile on Raya says, let's see here. He's here just for friends.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Friends, friends will touch your genitals.
You can diddle.
Yeah. Who gets to decide whether or not you're a celebrity worthy enough to be on this website?
I think they have actually a vetting committee.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, I believe that's the way it goes. And they will determine. Think of it as there's like a Steve Rubel standing in front of Studio 54, and they decide whether you're appropriate for this website.
So, well, listen, in honor of, was it International Geek Day? Or?
It's just Geek Pride Day.
Geek Pride Day.
Yeah.
I'd been working on an impression. You guys want to hear it? So, Steve, you do your Batman impression, but you have that...
processor.
You have the processor. Okay. I don't have a processor.
Are we supposed to guess what this impression is?
No, it's Batman. It's Batman.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, you ready?
Okay, yeah.
Please, keep that kryptonite away from me.
Is that a line he says in the movie?
No, please keep that kryptonite away from me.
You sound like Cookie Monster.
Yeah.
Oh.
It sounds like it hurts when you do that.
No.
Please keep that cookies away from me.
Is it because it's a Superman impression?
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I've been working on it.
It's really good. It's really good.
I got it.
So it's a Superman impression.
I was confused why the whole kryptonite thing.
It's a terrible joke that I heard with Chuck over the weekend. You say this is Batman, but you obviously say Superman line, and then somebody says, that's Superman. And then you go, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Like, that's Superman. I told Chuck, I said, dude, I'm going to hang myself out to dry next week.
Yeah.
But you did it, man. You took the bullet.
Are we on air?
Yeah, we are.
Oh,
I think we're still on air.
In fact, Bill's coming down the hallway with an award for Casey. That was great.
That was amazing.
That's an immediate A+. That's like my joke. Good morning, Cincinnati.
He knows funny.
Yeah.
Wow.
Please, keep that kryptonite.
Just don't do one that sounds like Cookie Monster.
Like
Cookie Monster.
Like the thanks man thing, I was like, I didn't even get that part of it. So, sorry, man.
Nick got it. He was following.
I know.
I enjoyed every second of it.
And Bill has that award in his hands.
Yep. By the way, somebody said we should make Bad Dad Joke Cookie Monster a character. so you have to do all the dad jokes.
What was the last one I just did off air?
The thing is that it was not attempting a Cookie Monster,
it wasn't.
but that became your default.
Take kryptonite away from me. Tell me, do you like cookies? Me too.
Me too.
Tonight, when you go back home, turn off the cookie light.
Tell me, do you like to eat cookies? Me too. Did you know that Mortal Kombat was it from Finland?
No.
What was the joke? I forget. It's something like... My mother was born in Iceland, and my father was born in Cuba. That makes me an ice cube. Mortal Kombat was based off of a Scandinavian song. It was a Finnish hymn. You get it? Finish him.
All right, I like Bad Dad Joke Cookie Monster.
Oh, man.
It's a thing now, Kat.
Yeah. Kathy! Wow.
Oh, God.
Anything to make you cringe, Kath.
Anything.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge. part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
My name is Bono, and I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called The Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. Remember what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is Pizza Hut. All right, so it's called The Edge, and
It's called The Edge.
Pizza Hut considers The Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call The Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh, yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
I remember this.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
Mid-size.
It'll be available at participating locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut just not that actually that long ago. It was probably during Lent, and I did it because we had been talking about it. I'm like, I
You're a
haven't.
man of faith.
Well, I hadn't had a Pizza Hut pizza in a long time, so I ended up getting a regular pizza, and then I got the stuffed crust pizza. And I know that you guys are all out on stuffed crust. I thought the stuffed crust was.
You're a filthy animal.
I know, but I thought it was markedly better.
I'm not out on stuffed crust, but I just don't order it. You know what I
Too
mean?
much.
I know, and I
Why don't they just take a fire hose and spray cheese on you as you come in?
Right.
So this pizza, looking at it, I'm glad thin crust has kind of made its way around the country because I grew up in St. Louis. This pizza called the Emos. You guys know I've talked about it for years. That's what it is. It's just thin crust
your
pizza.
version of The Edge.
It's cut in squares. That's the way they've always cut it, and it's been since I was a baby, essentially that that I've had that. So
Suckling at your mother's teeth.
I prefer this type of pizza. I'm glad that it's made its way around.
And so I don't actually ever remember this as a menu item. So
I don't
you
remember
guys,
this from Pizza Hut either, Steve.
I do.
I remember Domino's.
You do?
I do remember this, yeah, and I remember it because of the way that they were able to cram as much pizza on as thin a crust as possible and get it all the way to the edge. Hence the name.
Well, this was kind of like you said, 97, right?
Yeah.
So like that was past at least my Pizza Hut days. I think the last time I had Pizza Hut, I was in like middle school.
You were not in college or an ordering pizza.
Was the time of downtown Julie Brown.
Wubba wubba wubba.
No, Nick, you know.
Wubba wubba was the battle cry as they took to the pizzas. And the ovens flamed with the fires of edginess.
Wubba wubba.
So Nick, we had like the famous like pizza restaurant that we would go to in Westchester.
What famous pizza restaurant was it?
More's, I think it was called.
That's a mores. It's love.
We had Oips.
College towns always have the the local pizza joints.
Yeah,
It's fantastic. The one at University of Missouri was Shakespeare's, and it was outstanding.
Original Italian pizza, Oips. Everybody ordered.
Oips?
Yeah, original Italian pizza is what that stood for, and that was the college town pizza. Yeah, so but you wouldn't order from OIP. You'd Oips. That's Oips.
Yeah.
All right, let me move on to something else. You had mentioned your mustard, Nick.
Yes.
You may want to try that on watermelon. It's the latest thing that people have been sampling. Lizzo kind of made a big deal about it on TikTok. So she had she made a video of her doing some funny TikTok things where there's some edits and all of a sudden the watermelon appears and so on.
So this to me, Preston, seems like the old thing of putting salt on watermelon.
Yeah, I grew up putting salt on watermelon. I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But they had said it was to bring out the sweetness by adding the salt. And
I heard that on cantaloupe. Honeydew.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing. Kids.
Yep.
Yeah, and I like them.
Any melon will do.
So here's the thing.
Doesn't matter if it's a cantaloupe or a honeydew or a cassava. Any melon covered in salt will bring out the sweetness of the savory. Living together on one melon the way we should all live together.
Now people are trying mustard.
Now they're trying mustard just like Lizzo.
Yeah, so, but the jury's out on whether she thought it was good or not. So she had called it, is it bussin' or disgusting?
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
But she never really,
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
in this video, said whether it was bussin' or disgusting. So
No, she doesn't. And I think, so the common thing of like sea salt and caramel.
Yes.
Right.
So to me, that does work. And some things that I thought would never work do work. I don't know about the watermelon and the mustard. It just seems to be too combating.
Yep.
I'm tying it into the previous conversation. We used to do mustard on pizza.
Okay. I can see that.
Why did
I don't
you do
know.
that?
I'm not sure. Somebody.
Ranch dressing, Kathy.
Ew, no. That's just
You
for
said,
the,
"Ooh, no,"
that's
but
for
you
the
put-
crust, right? Or the whole pizza.
You can do the whole pizza.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
we
I
should have
said
gotten
ew,
watermelon.
no, yet I put mustard on pizza. Sorry.
We should have taste tested this.
Casey, when's the last time you've had ranch
Ranch?
dressing on pizza?
It's been a while.
Been a while?
At least like 2 or 3 days.
Okay.
Do we have something that could approximate a melon and put some mustard on it?
Wait, I might. Let me see if I have.
Do you keep a melon in your desk drawer?
I might have
Kathy
watermelon.
brings a ton of fruit every day, remember?
Oh, can we try that?
Fruit salad.
Yes.
Go see if you have watermelon.
Yummy.
We'll try it.
Let's get it.
I'm sure
Kathy rises to the challenge.
there's got to be mustard in the fridge.
Yes.
Connor, can you go look in the fridge and see if there's any mustard?
Let's try it.
Or Marissa's already on her way. But yeah, I got to believe no matter what, it's not good, and this is just a thing that people have done to make you eat mustard on
Listen,
watermelon. Here, try this.
People are eating Tide Pods, so you have to take
yeah.
everything with a grain of salt.
Here's a text. Somebody says, my husband always puts pepper on his cantaloupe.
What?
Interesting.
What, in prison?
No.
Oh.
But I've had, you know what? I've had fruit in salads before, and you put pepper. Like, you know, there's strawberry salads and things like that.
Do you know what I
Put pepper
do?
on that.
So, and it's a weird. So, Honey Grow, I do the like a sesame noodle. Whatever they call it. It's a salad, I guess it is.
Okay.
But pineapple in that. So something, pineapple and sesame and a sesame sauce work together really well.
I could see that work. Sometimes when you have like a teriyaki dish.
Yes,
there'll be
exactly.
pineapple in that.
That's the same thing.
Sesame oil in usually in that. So that'll play along.
It's great.
Let's see if Kathy is.
Chef, our melons. Where's Kathy's melons?
Hang on. Here we go.
They're usually on display.
Not in a non-sexual way. In the way she has a 44-pound.
We got it.
We do.
So you got watermelon. So we can try this. Should I just hold off until we get
Hold
this?
off.
All right. Because
Hold.
now we're in
That's from
Braveheart.
Yeah, there we go. I got you.
Freedom! Do you want to live in chains, or do you want to live with salt on your watermelon? Ah!
Mustard!
On the Preston and Steve show, Nick left.
Now batting.
I think he was offended.
In from Nick McElwain.
I think he was offended when we said his girlfriend pushed him off the mountain.
Well, Kathy said that.
No, he had an appointment, so Marissa's going to be stepping in to fill
Hey!
the shoes
Tag
of
teamed.
Nick McElwain this morning. By the way, there was a, let me see, where was that text? Of course, I plugged the secret text word. Yeah, it said, are the Sopranos doing a prequel, question mark? Yes, they are.
Yes.
And we are going to have the stars on about 8:30, Michael Gandolfini and Alessandro Nivola. It's called The Many Saints of Newark. So, yes, indeed, that is a Sopranos prequel. And then the other random text that says, what pretty outfit is Casey wearing today?
Oh, man.
That's from somebody else. I have no idea, and they want to know.
Oh, I am wearing.
Oh, that's a great shirt.
This is a birthday present that I got from my buddy Jeff, the guy who's in love with Howie Long.
Yes.
And it's a picture of Lloyd Christmas.
It's great.
And it says, I'm okay. It says,
It's okay.
It's okay. I'm a limo driver.
There you go.
And you're wearing blue shorts.
I'm wearing blue shorts.
And,
I like these shorts because they have zippers for pockets.
Yes.
Right?
That's
Break
a
me off a piece of that.
Yeah.
So there you go. Answer to the random question. I saw this article. I thought was had some interesting things in it. It was from BuzzFeed, and they were citing a Reddit thread. It was spouses sharing the random things that they learned about their partner after they got married. We've talked about many times. Good idea, in our personal opinion, to cohabitate before saying those vows.
Now, this is, yes, I agree. And I just took a deep dive over the weekend on Discovery Plus. There's a show, I think it's called Evil Lives Here. And it's about people in the house, Preston. But so many of these are, I married this person.
Right.
Now, mind you, that's on a horrific scale.
Right.
Sometimes you find out, like, they don't put the cap back on the toothpaste.
Right.
But sometimes the amount of stories of, like, horrifying stuff
stories,
where
yeah.
these people are doing it absolutely without the knowledge of the person living right in the house with them is amazing.
And it's also, I mean, it's funny because there is, it's a two-sided argument.
Yeah.
For like, if you have a spouse that is overly neat, and this isn't attacking anybody, and then you have another spouse who is
Let's say one guy's
normal?
the guy's name is Basie, and the other one is Flyan.
I was actually talking about
Kathy.
I would say normal, right? And I'm not saying overly messy, but
Right.
I do know that this happened with people that I know, and the wife was overly neat, and then to the point to the extent where if there were socks left on the floor, she'd flip the freak out, and well, how much this bothers me, so why can't you just put them away?
Who is this person?
But
It's your sister that you never knew
that I
you
never
had.
knew about.
And Kath, I understand it's a fair argument. You know how much this bothers me. Please
Pick
put
up
them away.
the damn socks.
But also at the same time, it's like
There's some give and take.
It's just socks.
It's
Yeah,
just
no,
a pair of
I
socks.
get
Give and
it.
take.
Why are
I
you
get it.
acting like I just murdered our puppy on the kitchen floor?
We don't know what the gist of these things are. They could be very innocuous here. They may not be real things that send people into. It might be something pleasant that you find out about something.
True. And some of these are interesting. I'm going to give the examples here in a second.
I explained how fanatical I was to a friend of mine one time, and she was like really delved in. Like she was like, okay. She's like, so explain to me, because I made a comment, and I think it sounded worse than it actually was. But I said, I can't go to bed if there's mail on the kitchen counter. And she was like,
you said that?
Yes, I was explaining to her like how fanatical I am about things, and she was like, okay, hold on, back up. She's like,
Right.
explain to me what goes through your head. Why can't you go to bed? Can't you just open the mail tomorrow? And I was like, not really. Like, it has to be opened. I see. One of my big things is the kitchen counter. If there is stuff on the kitchen counter, it drives me insane. And listen, it's my stuff too.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean. I have to go through my mail or put away whatever is there. But if there's stuff left out, drives me nuts.
So from your husband's point of view, is this something that he's just aghast at?
I mean, at this point, it's been so long.
Whatever.
He's just giving up.
Yeah.
He's been beaten
Doesn't
into.
matter.
Yeah.
But my question then,
Submission.
going back to the original thing is, was this apparent when you guys were dating, right? So like, do you know what I mean? Like,
I've been like this.
So he knew what he was getting into. This wasn't a surprise.
Yeah, my high school bedroom was like, my mom always laughed. It was like my own little apartment. I had it all organized.
All right, I want to give these examples because they're not that. Okay,
Yeah.
this is
All right,
something different. So, like, here's an example right here. It says, I learned that my husband holds his balls while he sleeps, almost all night long. If he's sleeping on his stomach or side, he doesn't. But as soon as he lies on his back, he holds on tightly, like they're going to run away or something. And it cracks me up. Like, this doesn't drive them crazy. They just find it kind of funny.
Right. The things that you never now actually I do that as well fairly often.
You have to.
I put my hand over my nuts because when my cats like to sleep between my legs.
Mm-hmm.
And Oscar likes to do what they call making biscuits.
Yeah.
Right.
And I
And they have
swear to
claws.
God, I woke up.
I do it just because it feels good.
Yeah.
Well, let me
Temperature
ask you,
control, too.
I understand this, and I don't necessarily sleep on my back, but I feel very vulnerable when I'm laying on my back. And do you know what I mean? So I wonder if this is a sort of a thing that he has learned over time. Let me cover this up.
A defense mechanism.
Especially
Maybe.
with like kids and animals, I feel like you're in danger.
All right, here's another example. It says, I learned that my husband snores when he is awake and relaxed. He can be watching TV in bed, but will start snoring, eyes open, engaging in conversation, laughing, then snoring.
Have you ever known someone who just sort of does that?
No.
Makes a snoring sound? I have. And the person was very large.
Okay, yeah, that can be just a problem with that. How about this one? My wife makes sex noises while she sleeps. A lot of these happen in bed.
During the sleep, okay.
I didn't tell her about it until after she went on a weekend trip with her friends, and they said something about it. Right.
Oh, that's terrible.
I like this one, too. It says, I learned, these are things that people learned after they got married. I learned that my husband only eats his cereal out of glasses.
What?
Like he refused to eat it out of a bowl. Soup, salad, whatever else, that's fine in a bowl. But cereal, nope. Needs a goddamn glass.
That's really funny.
All right, so is there anything that you learned? I mean,
probably I haven't done any mental digging to remember the things.
Yeah, because it's so long now.
And you lived with Rochelle for a while. I lived
for
with
years
Claire
before we got
for
married.
so you knew. But I mean, was there anything that surprised you when you did start living together?
Probably.
The one I do have one thing when my wife eats. A lot of times, like the way you make your groaning sounds of joy, Preston, she closes her eyes.
Oh, yeah.
So when she's eating, she closes her eyes. And sometimes I'm like, are you falling
When this one says, when I first moved in together, I learned that my husband sits down to pee. And I thought it was weird until he explained that he had 4 sisters. And she said, at least I never have to worry about dribbles on the seat being left up. So there you go.
I will occasionally sit down to pee if I just want to luxuriate.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too.
Just if I want to, if it's a quick, especially if I want to break out the phone and kind of spend a moment just sitting down.
Eat a sandwich.
Sure.
Doesn't someone do it in the middle of the night?
I do. As a matter of fact, that's the only time I do it is if
What,
I
pee?
wake up to pee in the middle of the night.
Sit to pee.
Oh, for in the middle of the night, always.
Always. Oh,
Too damn
okay.
tired to stand up there.
okay.
and
That's a
pee
great
for
Iron
while.
Maiden album, Sit to Pee.
Sit to pee.
I also don't want to wake up too much. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then
you're awake.
Harder to go
Yeah.
back to sleep. Yeah. Here's another one that says, my husband turns on the shower while he poops. Not to shower afterwards, just because he likes the steam.
The steam, or is
Okay.
he blocking the sound?
He says it's just because he likes the steam.
I think we have a winner here. That is bizarre. You're turning on the shower. You're wasting water so
And you're
that you can take a dump.
And you're also steaming up the room you're already steaming.
And by the way, if you steam up a room full of poop odor,
yeah, it's
man.
terrible.
that's worse.
I could understand that in like a small apartment for the noise.
Is that what you do?
No, I don't have to.
Here's a funny text that came and says, you know what I learned about my ex-wife when we moved in together? She's a raging bitch.
See, and she probably kept that from you.
I think a lot of times that probably happens.
Here's a text that says, and feel free to call in with these, gang, 215-263-WMMR. This one says, they learned that my husband won't step on any floor without shoes. Has house shoes. If I hide them, he won't get up from the couch or the bed.
So the world is like a lava game for him.
Totally.
Yeah.
He's got to wear shoes.
Floor's lava.
I guess he's afraid of getting his feet dirty or something like that. Here's another one that says, I found out, this is a text coming in. I found out my fiance peels the breading or skin off of chicken nuggets and eats it and then eats the actual chicken.
Oh, I can't
It was really weird to discover, and that's what they wrote.
Right.
So they will peel off. It's not they're peeling off the breading because they don't want to eat it. They just want to eat it separately from the chicken.
I might have something that's similar. I find that a lot of times, especially if it's a place that's known for their, like, the great fried chicken, I will peel that off, eat the chicken, and eat the skin or the batter covering after the fact.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is the tastiest part.
It really is.
I think.
Press, you have friends who his wife turns salad into a sandwich and sandwich into a salad, right?
That's Lori.
Oh,
What
that's
happened?
right.
Yeah, if she gets a salad and sometimes comes like a breadstick or something like that, she'll find a way. She'll open up the bread and she'll make a little sandwich and eat it that way. And if it's a sandwich, she will deconstruct it to break it down to its components and then eat it with knife and fork as if it's a salad.
Wow.
It's hilarious.
Wow.
Does she know? Like,
Oh, yeah.
She knows you guys talk about
Oh,
this?
yeah.
Okay.
We'll say it right in front of her. Yeah. Look at you. You turn that sandwich into a salad again. Here's one that says, here's another eating thing. Says he eats, and we've talked about this before, he eats the entire apple, the core, the stem, the seeds, everything.
Oh, that's my dad.
Yeah,
What?
right?
Yeah.
I remember you talking about that.
I'm not sure my mom knew what she was getting into.
That's gross.
Have you seen him do it?
You'd get.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. He gnaws through it.
It's like waxy, right, Preston? I mean, the core and everything.
I don't know if he does it anymore, but yeah. I mean, growing up, like he would anything. I mean, there was like even on a peach, like there was nothing left on the pin.
Janis Joplin taught me that.
Yeah.
Here's a text says, I learned my new husband is a psychopath because he eats his Kit Kats like a goddamn banana.
No.
Peeling it and then taking a bite instead of breaking it apart.
What?
He peels
the chocolate off.
How do you do that?
Oh, no.
I can see that with a Kit Kat. Like you start
Or-
peeling the layers.
Or do you mean the wrapper?
I think peeling the wrapper. I think that's what they mean.
Oh, well, that's okay. If you're looking to protect your hands from the chocolate.
Like a banana. I get it.
When I was a kid, there was a time because I loved Butterfingers. They were one of my go-to candy bars, and I would, as Casey used to do on the nuts, suck the chocolate off.
Suck the chocolate off of the
until there was
nuts.
just that orange, whatever that stuff is, in the middle of a Butterfinger, and just eat it that way.
It's like peanut butter like matter.
Yeah,
I
but
love
crunchy.
I love picking the Butterfinger out of my teeth when. You guys know what I'm talking
suck
about,
those
right?
nuts to the
I
core.
just suck it till at the core. No, with the Butterfinger goop, whatever that stuff is, it gets stuck in your teeth, and like picking it out is. Kathy, I know that grosses you up, so I wash my hands first. Maybe.
All right.
You guys don't. Hang on a second. I'm the only one who gets Butterfingers stuck in their teeth?
No,
I don't eat
of course it will,
Butterfingers.
but I never have reveled in picking it out of my teeth. In fact, I find picking things out of my teeth kind of annoying, to be honest.
I don't like it.
Oh, no.
You dig that?
Yeah, well, the bigger the chunk, the better. Yeah.
Okay. Here's another interesting. These are things that people found out about their spouse after they got married. This one says, I was friends with my husband for 16 years before we got engaged and moved in together. All right. That's when I found out that he insists on sleeping fully clothed, not in like a T-shirt and pajama bottoms, in his friggin' jeans, shirt, and even his shoes.
What do you
That's
think
a
that's
strange one.
predicated on?
I do
A
not-
fight or flight sort of deal?
A deer in the house,
Yeah,
remember? Yeah, you
keep
got to
your
keep your
shoes
shoes on just in case. Here's one that says, my husband taps his foot like all the time when he's sitting, when he's lying down, even in his sleep. I thought it was a weird comfort thing, but all three of our kids do the same
Is
thing.
it a neurological thing, I wonder?
I don't know. Or maybe he's a drummer.
Yeah.
Because Rochelle, like years ago, she's like, are you nervous or what's
Yeah.
going on? I'm like, no, I'm playing a rhythm. Like, so I have my fingers, I'm tapping my hands, and I'm always just working out some kind of a rhythm.
I've seen you play your dog before.
I play Rook. I'd sit there and play him like a bongo, and he loves it because it's like I'm petting him.
Yeah.
I also do the same thing with my teeth and my tongue.
You chatter them together?
I'll bang out a rhythm. Yeah. Most of it I can only hear, but I'll do that to just play a little rhythm. So.
Well, Rochelle, sometimes the kids jump into a drum circle and like you
should. This one also, here's another one. It says, he chews bubble gum for like 30 seconds and swallows it.
Oh, no.
And we'll do it with like 10 to 20 pieces of gum back to back. Chew them, swallow them like they're Skittles. Mm-hmm. They're not much different than what's in the middle of Skittles anyway.
Wait a second. Aren't Skittles the you can eat it as a candy?
No,
and the
those,
gum?
that's Razzles.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah. Hang on. Let me go to some calls here. I have Frank. Good morning, Frank.
Konnichiwa, bitches.
Konnichiwa to you, sir. What's going on, man?
So, me and my fiance, we just moved in together last November, and amazing woman, love her very much. She eats her soup with a fork.
What?
She eats her soup
with a fork.
With a fork. Now, I assume she's not like tomato soup. It's got to be something with some substance in there, right?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter to her. So
She will eat tomato soup like a bisque
it takes
with
her
a
a
fork.
day and a half.
Yeah. Have you asked her why? Was her father killed by a spoon?
No, he's normal, but she, I don't know. That's just what she's into.
Wow. So I could see like
We
they
eat
used
a
to
lot
say.
of ramen, and like ramen makes sense to eat with a fork.
Yeah.
But it's like, hey, this is chicken noodle. We have spoons. We're doing all right. I bought spoons. Look.
We're doing all right.
Look at me. We're on Easy Street.
We got spoons.
Yeah. I could
That's
see
funny,
certain,
Frank.
certain soups with a fork.
Thanks.
Then they used to be the Hungry Man.
Chunky.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
chunky.
You're going to want to eat it with a.
You could eat it with a fork. So think you could eat it with a fork, but use a spoon to get every drop.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. Let me go to Kelly. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? Kelly, all right, what interesting thing did you find out about your significant other once you lived with them?
So it was my boyfriend in college, and okay, so this is so strange. Anytime that he had to take a bowel movement, he would strip from head to toe. Every ounce of clothing off of him, stark naked. Like he would leave class in the middle of class, go home to the apartment, strip to take a deuce.
I think that's more common than you think.
I think you're right. I've heard that from other people that they cannot have any clothing on them.
Yeah, I think it must be a guy thing.
I used to, and I've since gotten past this, I used to have to take my shirt off.
Really?
When I would poop, because I was afraid
of getting poop on it.
That it would hang down the back and either touch the inside rim of the toilet.
Got you worried.
Or something in there.
You know what
and I used to wear hockey jerseys a lot, and those hang
They're
way
low.
below your butt line, so I would definitely take that off.
So if you're wearing a suit,
The process.
Well, listen. But listen, going home from going home and crossing great distances to go be naked in your own bathroom is kind of weird. But plus, if you've had a suit on and stuff like that, and you have to hold everything up because it hangs low, you want to be. You don't want to get skid marks on your shirt.
Remember, my friend had to wear a suit to work, and he was sitting at his desk, and he was like, "What does that smell? What? I smell it. What is it? What is it?" And he had gotten it on the sleeve of his shirt, of his button-down shirt, and Yeah, he ended up having to like make up an excuse at work to run home. He lived maybe like 20 minutes away.
Okay.
Had to run home and completely change.
He could have cut the sleeves off and just worn a suit jacket.
Let's see here. Let's see. That one's not so bad. This is October. I will be married 8 years, and last month I found out he likes to drink whole milk with his spaghetti.
Oh,
It's not that bad.
That's not that weird.
It's not
They
weirdo.
don't necessarily mix together, but
I
nonetheless.
want a divorce.
I've like eaten, pizza and had milk or something like that before. All right, here's one. This is interesting. This says, text came in and says, while eating a sandwich, my wife will take a bite and flip over the sandwich to take another bite. And she flips over the sandwich every bite. It's as if she's trying to even out the sandwich. And I've explained to her that you could just move your mouth over a centimeter and take a bite, and that would even out your sandwich. But she still flips the thing over after every single bite.
Sometimes the eating things, because obviously you're with this person and you are eating, we assume, as often together. Those little ticks, those little weird things can drive you out of your skull.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
I know you used to, Preston, about the drive-through window protocol when you were ordering.
God. It still gives me anxiety. That's the slightest bit of anxiety. When we're about half a mile away from the restaurant, I will go, what does everybody want? Okay? I don't know. Well, you don't know. We're going to McDonald's, man. We've been there
know what
our
they have.
entire lives.
Do you have
There is
soda?
no big surprise
Yeah.
that's going to be there when we pull up to the menu. And I will memorize it because, as Joe Pesci once eloquently and simply said, they F you in the drive-thru.
They do.
So if you do not have your order together and clearly state it, then they're going to mess it up. And I'm just trying to avoid that whole nightmare of going back and trying to get something.
Right.
So anyhow, I hate that. I can't stand that. I'm like, just tell me what you want.
I'm going to kill you.
And if you can just give me a number, like a number 6, if you happen to have that memorized, that'd be great. But anyway, let's see. Some other examples. I love this one. This is something somebody found out about their spouse after they got married. She says, he sleeps with pieces of tissue in his ears because he believes that his ears leak wax.
Oh, okay.
She said, I've never seen this happen. I found it gross in the beginning, but 7 years in, I just pick up those tissues bits from the floor, from the bathroom floor without bother.
Okay, well, you should clean them up after yourself,
Your ear tissues.
Yeah,
it's
but
common decency.
Before you finish that sentence, I was thinking, maybe.
As an earplug?
So bugs didn't crawl in your ear.
Oh. I haven't thought about that.
That's what the butt plug is for. to keep the earwigs out.
Is that a fear you've heard of
No.
before?
Well, but I have heard time and time again that you swallow X amount of spiders in your sleep. And
they're not quite sure what the deal is. But if you, have you heard of anyone who has ears that leak wax while they sleep?
No.
Let's see here. This text says, been with my husband for 33 years and just found out that his toes don't bend.
Is that a revelation? Is that like Roy Scheider on the beach in Jaws when he sees the kid get attacked and everything just sort of warps around him? Or is it like, that's interesting?
That's weird. Okay, so
Toes
the
don't
toes
bend.
don't bend, meaning that their joints are fused?
Yeah, it must be.
What's your walking like? Do you walk like a robot?
I don't know.
I wonder if that affects how they
Tap
walk.
dancing?
No,
Kind of
well,
shuffle?
tap dancing probably.
I have one that I thought was weird, but maybe you guys can tell me.
Is this Matt?
Yes.
Okay.
We're in the honeymoon period, but it's been a couple years. I can start talking about him on the air, right?
Yes, you can.
He locks the door every time he's in the bathroom. Not just bathroom, but shower. Closes the door, locks it.
He will actually
shuts himself.
turn a lock.
Yes.
So my guess is he's spanking it in the shower.
Yeah. He's doing something in there and needs to lock the door. No, because I've asked him about it, and he says it comes from all the years he spent on the road and being in hotel rooms and things like that. And if the maid was coming in,
he locks the house door.
No, he locks the bathroom door. Oh yeah, the house door is also all the locks, all the everything, and I'm it's close.
Rochelle is lock crazy. So we have, a couple of balconies on the upper floors, and the door, she will lock those if we're all at home and everything is safe. And I'm like, someone is going to have to scale our home, the side of our house, to get in through that way. And it just, okay, but anyway.
I have that. That's in me. So my mother always used to, like, even in the summer, lock the screen doors. It was always part of the deal. So I'm that same way, too. And I lock the doors in situations where you really don't need to lock.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a thing.
But it bothers me because I can't just walk into your house, Press, when I'm down the shore riding my bike.
Every time you try to scale up to the balcony, you can't get in.
You can't pull a Kramer.
I can't pull it. Hey!
Yeah.
And I feel bad, though, too, because you guys have to walk down the steps in order to answer the door, and I feel like that's like a lot of work.
I'll get you a key, man.
Yeah. All right.
Or just we'll work that out. There was one, going back to eating, that somebody had mentioned years ago that I kind of do now, and I didn't realize it until somebody had pointed it out. This is back when we worked at Y100, but somebody said it was these compulsion type of things we were talking about, that they can't eat the last bite of a sandwich.
What?
And I sometimes find myself doing that too. And I'm like, I don't know why. I guess maybe if you get to the end of a sandwich, sometimes it's just bread, you know what I mean? And there's not
So they just kind of toss
some
it.
goodness in there, or just leave it on the plate, if you're out at a restaurant or something like that, and then they come and take it away.
Listen, I have a ton of things I know that I do, but that's my wife will do that with the 1/24th bit of a sandwich with a little bit of turkey in it on the counter. The one thing she doesn't do is go to the triangle and ring it so the cats know, come get it.
Yeah,
because that's what they end up doing.
Well, yeah, my dogs usually get the last bite. If I'm not going to take the last bite, the dogs will get the last bite. But my wife will not. And this wasn't a surprise when we got married or moved in together, but she does not eat the last of a shared appetizer, right? So if we have a shared appetizer,
you get it?
Yeah,
that's very considerate.
That's considerate.
Yeah.
The difference is if it's your sandwich, why you don't finish it.
Yeah.
But I know people do that. It's a thing.
I have some other really good ones. I know we got a break. Let's see. This one says he airboxes when he thinks no one's around, and it always makes me laugh. That used to be me.
Preston.
Yeah. He slaps his own booty when he gets out of the shower. He has a certain beat that he keeps, and it's very loud.
That's great.
This one says my husband irons all of his clothes. I'm talking swim trunks, T-shirts, underwear, even his socks, and refuses to wear anything that he hasn't pressed. This one says my husband brushes his teeth with scalding hot water. He thinks it gets his teeth cleaner. Kathy, that sounds like something you might do.
I actually prefer warm water when I brush my teeth.
Okay. And let me see here. One more thing. No, I've already covered all those. So anyhow, there are things that one finds out after they spend a little bit of time together, alone, in a home, an apartment, wherever it may be. And sometimes it's a little bit strange, but you know what? After a while, you start to just go, whatever, man.
And there's divorce.
Yeah.
Yeah,
then there's that. So anyhow, thanks for your calls. I appreciate it, and I apologize to those that we are not able to get to that are on hold now. We do need to take a break. You know why? We have money to give away in the form of the WMMR Money Clip, and we want to stay on time. The next opportunity, the first of our day, is at 8 a.m., which is about 14 minutes away. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll get to that as well as the bizarre file, so make sure that you are with us.
Preston and Steve.
93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR presents.
It is a Friday.
I know. Wow.
Well, now I want to go watch Braveheart.
I think they actually...
They're making love.
They're pounding the actual mustard seeds right
Pounding
now.
the mustard seeds. Pounding them out. 1 mustard seed. 2 mustard seeds.
Slapping them down.
Slapping them down. Slap at the base.
Now we've gone to I Love You Man.
Yes. Here we go.
Wow, they eat plates and
I don't want it. I don't want to have
I will
dip
try
in.
it.
You don't want to? Oh, yes.
I'm chewing tobacco, so, I'm just trying to be healthy, guys.
Thank you, Marissa. That's very
I don't want to sully the taste of the tobacco.
All right, so we each have a small piece of watermelon, and we have a little dollop of a mustard.
Do a dollop.
Is this regular yellow mustard, Marissa? All right,
Wait. Don't
What?
do it. Oh, I want to do a countdown. I want to get everybody ready.
Okay.
Oh, we're all going to do it at the same time?
Just like they do in a temple.
I'm going first. I'm sorry. You guys, hang on. That way I can talk while you guys are chewing.
All right. In 3.
3.
1, 2, 3.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, you're not a fan? All right.
That's horrible. There's nothing appealing about that at all. Not in the slightest.
Well, maybe it was the mustard. Get different mustard.
No.
No?
No. It doesn't belong on watermelon. Kathy?
I do love mustard, though.
I don't I don't mind
And
it.
I love watermelon.
I think it's two separate things that I like,
I
but
agree.
I don't have the reaction that you have that it was disgusting.
I think it has to be marketed as two great tastes that are horrible together.
There you go.
Wait, didn't your son make you like a peanut butter and tuna fish sandwich once because he knew that you liked both?
No, it was Gadzooks ice cream and shrimp. They were two of his favorite things, and he said they must taste great together. I let him learn that one on his own.
Oh, my God.
You know what? Okay, I'm going to bring this up because I don't know when I'll have another opportunity to do so, but Stevie sent me
Okay,
this.
fancy boy.
You sent me this article about the best brownies in Philly.
Oh.
And it's essentially just a list, and it's huge.
There's about 50 of them.
It's way too big to go through.
We are in the best of times when it comes to brownies in Philadelphia.
Yeah, what I didn't know was how many places are known for their brownies. And there's a lot of them. So there's Cake Life Bake Shop, Second Daughter Baking Company, Franklin Fountain, Dolce, Crust Vegan Bakery, the
love
Frosted Fox Cake Shop. What's that, Kath? What do you love?
Franklin Fountain.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you're either A, ready to wait in line, or B, get there at a time where there's not a line, because it's really popular. It's fantastic. It's so good. You guys ever been? It's right on.
I have not, no.
It's on Market, and it's great. It's really
Is it a bakery?
It's like an ice cream shop, like an old-timey ice cream shop. Yeah, and so you go in and they have really good ice cream and really good dessert treats. So it's worth it. It's just not cheap, and you got to wait.
Nick, a friend of mine did her wedding pictures there.
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it's cute.
It's a cool spot.
All right. Cookie or brownie?
Cookie.
Oh.
Man.
I used to be brownie, but I feel like now I would do a cookie.
Okay.
I'd do a cookie.
If I saw them sitting out, I would go for a brownie anytime.
Yeah?
Really? Yeah.
I think I might go brownie.
Wow. Okay.
Because I do the chocolate chip cookie is my favorite. However, a well-made brownie. Also there's a company that actually of the companies that do mail order brownies. Fairy Tale Brownies is a great company. If you've ever used them, they have their top level brownies. But yeah, that's neck and neck. Brownies are sensational.
Brownie or cupcake?
Brownie.
Yeah, I'd go with brownie. But you're a cupcake?
Cupcake.
Okay.
The thing with the brownies, though, I feel like, and I don't know if it's like as I age, my sense of taste gets even more sensitive. I don't know. But like, I feel like if it's not super well made, I can taste like the mix.
Really?
Instead of,
You see, after you get a hysterectomy, that goes away.
Stop. I hate you.
I remember seeing the history of brownies and why they were created. And it was, I forgot the name of the place, but it was so that people could, I think, take them to the beach or something like that.
Seriously?
And so the brownie has a thicker consistency than a piece of cake. Like the cake would be too crumbly and fall apart.
It's more cohesive.
And yeah, so there's a little more goo to it. In case if you want to have some of that.
Goo.
It's I need that sound clip from Billy Madison.
Yeah,
when he notices a kid peed his pants.
The thing about a brownie for me is that the cookie is a little more pedestrian, right? Like a cookie is sort of an everyday dessert, whereas the brownie
All
is
right, fancy boy.
Right? Yeah, I feel like a little bit of a fancy boy.
You're too good for
Like it's
Billy.
special?
A fancy Nancy, if you will. When a brownie shows up, I'm like, look at that little treat.
Look at Nick with his little waistcoat.
Thank you.
No, I understand that. I think though that they're easy to make. Brownies,
right?
Brownies are easy to make. Brownies are super easy to make. They're just as easy as cookies. I'm standing firm on this. Cookies are far superior than brownies. Far superior.
Oh,
and there's a reason why there's more of them, and it's more because they're better. They're just better. And it's not to say that brownies aren't good. They're good. They're just not as good as cookies.
I think they need more of them to make up for the fact that they're not as good as brownies. They say, hey, we have diluted the market with this product, and we're going to try to catch up to the brownie people.
I think the tough part about, and the reason there are more cookies is because, and if you're talking like when you go to the grocery store, cookies are more rigid. They're easier to package. You can put more of them together.
Yes.
Brownies can kind of, there's a shelf life on them. Some cookies can last for a while.
Brownies don't have that luxury.
No.
And even if you do the brownie bites, which I think are sensational, brownie bites do have that preservative taste to them.
Let me ask you a question. Why do brownies have to be as thick as they are? You can kind of cut them in half first, right? Before you cut them into their little squares and stuff like that. You could essentially cut the tops and the bottoms
like a piece of brownie cake.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you want with your damn brownie.
Yeah. I don't know. Make thinner brownies.
Yeah.
At your home when you make them.
Yeah, our brownies are usually pretty thin anyway.
Yeah, okay. You okay? You all right?
I'm fine.
Everything good?
You guys, Steve.
What?
You cut me deep here, man.
How did I cut you deep?
Because you went with brownies over cookies, and I thought I knew
He
you.
feels betrayed.
I thought I knew.
I love chocolate chip cookies, but if I have if there is listen, they're right neck and neck, but I do love a damn good brownie. But chocolate chip, they're
It's like Godfather 1 or 2, Steve.
Yeah, it changes from time.
Goes from time to time. You lean one way or the other.
All right.
Goo! All right.
There it is.
Now he's got it.
I got it.
There's more goo in a brownie. All right. By the way, Steve, this list of brownie places, what's
I was in the Inquirer.
The Inquirer.
Yeah.
Okay. So
The
you can
Inky.
You can go on and find a list of great brownies, if you will, if you check the Inquirer's website. All right. What?
What?
Okay.
Oh,
let me go to Mario. I was going to wrap up there. Hey, Mario. Good morning.
He put on his glasses. He can't see without.
Exactly.
What's up, dude? Casey wanted me to talk to you.
Hey, I really appreciate it. Hey, cookies are way far superior than brownies. You can eat so many more of them. There's different kinds of textures. There's only so many things you can put in a brownie.
You don't need to. It's perfect.
I'll tell you what the deal is, Mario. It's when you see a plate of freshly made brownies and freshly made cookies, you know you're more likely to encounter freshly made chocolate chip cookies. At least I am. But a brownie is like, oh, we don't get brownies a lot. I'm going to go for that first.
Look what showed up.
Right.
Yeah.
I will agree with that. I will agree that it will be like a special little treat. But I will also say that if there's a freshly made plate of cookies or brownies in front of me, I'm going for them cookies first.
So I'm going for the brownies because I don't know when I'll get another shot at those brownies.
That's right.
That makes sense.
Carpe diem, man.
Carpe diem.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming to the phone call. I just want to say I'm a cookie lover.
All right,
Mario.
I mean, you can enhance a
You're not
brownie
wrong.
by putting a cookie in it. You can enhance a cookie by putting a brownie in it.
No, you absolutely can.
No,
I've had brownie cookies.
Yeah.
I don't even
no,
know
you've
what
had
that
cookie
means.
brownies.
Putting a brownie in a cookie?
Yeah, you don't do that.
But I've never heard of putting a cookie in a brownie.
You've never heard of a blondie, bro?
No. Well, you know what? I have heard of a blondie. I just didn't know what that was.
It's cookie brownie.
Okay. It's cookie brownie. A man who purchased Gwyneth Paltrow's viral "This Smells Like My Vagina" candle from Goop says it exploded, and he's filing a class action lawsuit.
Candles do sometimes explode. You've had stories about that, right?
Yeah,
Have you ever had one explode, Kathy? Or at least
I
had one like pop and melt immediately.
Oh, okay. So no, like I've seen you. No, I don't burn candles in my house. But I've seen it burn all the way to the bottom, and like there's just a little bit. It's just liquid at that point, and then it shatters the glass.
Okay. Well, this splattered vagina all over the walls.
Vagina fight to the morning mass. This vagina falling, crashing, vagina falling to the ground.
Oh, they had a reporter on the scene.
Vagina catastrophes I've ever seen. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I can't compose myself. There's vagina everywhere. People trapped into huge labia. It's disgusting and a mess. It looks like deli meat strewn across the field here in Vegas, New Jersey.
Hair all over the place, and
There we go. My effects. There we go, sir. I can't even. My effects. I'm so distraught.
You've been pulled into a time continuum.
I don't know what's. Oh my God.
Would be great if field reporters did have a battery of effects.
We should encourage that.
Sad time here out on the street.
Yeah. So according to legal documents obtained by the site,
And the vagina's not quite to the morning mast. Oh my God, it exploded, it's burning, it's crashing, falling to the ground, falling! People jumping out! They're actually climbing down pubic hair to get down to the ground!
How big is this?
this is the largest one in the world at that time.
Yeah.
And the majestic vagina coming over the New York skyline.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God!
It's burst into flames.
Oh my God, it burst into flames! Huge vagina on fire, over magnificently falling, crashing to the ground! People jumping out, hanging off the pubic hair! Somebody is jumping! Oh, fortunately, a piece of the labia is falling down and slipping as a mat as people jump down! They're falling onto the mat!
There's one large rope hanging out of it, actually. Yeah.
So thankfully, a matted pubic hair is slipping as a rope ladder for those trying to escape the fire!
Oh, my God. All right, so Colby Watson says he purchased The 10.5 ounce vagina candle online in January claims he lit the candle for the first.
Is it possible that he lit the wrong side? That he lit the butt side?
I don't know. Then the first time, turn it around.
Oh, yeah.
It's an old joke, right?
Yeah, well, the methane is back there.
He claims he lit the candle for the first time the next month. All right, so I've seen a new ad on social media for this erectile dysfunction.
The one that delivers to your home?
It's like you put it on your unit.
No.
Have you seen this thing?
What are you taping a pencil to your dong?
No, dude, not a pencil. It looks like almost like this horseshoe-shaped thing that comes almost to a close at the end. I have not really watched the commercial, but it appears to be like a C-ring that you put on.
When you said that, that's what I was thinking.
Right?
Yeah. So that the way strippers at like Chippendales will puff themselves up with
and then tie it off essentially.
Yeah.
So I think that's what this is. If
I'm Wilford Brimley for the Wilford Brimley C-ring.
No matter what size the good Lord gave you, the C-ring is adaptable.
If anybody,
if you order right now, we'll throw in a bamboo steamer.
If anyone has seen this and has watched the ad and wants to comment or bring me up to speed on that, please give us a call, 215-263-WMMR, because...
Did you hear that Jerry died? I'm so sorry. What happened? He was trying some sort of new C-ring and he hemorrhaged.
Nick is pulling
Is this it?
No, that's not it.
No.
That looks like one of those things you throw against the wall and crawls down. What do they call those things?
The creepy crawlies? Wall crawl?
It's got little...
Wally crawlies?
It's Steve, it looks like it's got
Is that a C-ring for
French
that?
ticklers on it.
In case you're banging against the wall?
No, it was really weird.
I don't doubt it.
And
I've
then
seen
I'm
a lot
like,
of...
why are you targeting me with this? Why is this advertising heading to me? What's that all about?
Well, it's like when your mail from the local like funeral parlors and cemeteries is addressed to you by name.
Here it is, Nick.
Eddie?
Eddie.
ED has become Eddie.
I get it.
Meet Eddie, the wearable device aiming to optimize, your situation. So see what I mean? That it's shaped kind of like a horseshoe?
Yeah.
And I guess
I'd like to play horseshoes with that.
I guess you're supposed to get yourself excited and then strap that thing on. I have no idea.
So you're tying off so that you're...
That's what it seems like to me, Steve.
That's what a C-ring's purpose is.
Does it...
It's not to get engaged.
Here you go. I'll read the information. Eddie is the first of its kind wearable FDA Class 2 erectile dysfunction device. Manufacturer Giddy maintains that its unique ergonomic design improves upon current devices by working with the natural physiology of a unit where... it's so funny.
You have to paraphrase.
It's so funny I can't say erection.
Yeah.
Where rings and constriction devices can actually work against it.
I swear by it, says B. Arthur.
It says here, Chloe Kent takes a closer look at how Eddie works and asks if it's truly an improvement upon the market's current state of affairs.
Preston, $298 for a 2-pack on Amazon.
What? Seriously?
No.
Look, $298 for a 2-pack. 2-pack.
Medicals.
Maybe they should get into it.
How do they charge you so much?
Eddie by Giddy.
Yeah.
Device for dysfunction proven effective. No pills, comfortable design, medical grade construction. Well, you need that.
All right.
Is it, all right, hang on.
You have to nail it on.
Well, no. Is it a one-time use only, or
That's what I don't know.
No.
It's $298. There's no way, dude.
Does it say washable anywhere?
That has to be if you've multiple use. That's the kind of thing you can go halvesies on, Nick.
From the Red Hot Chili Peppers, please welcome Mr. Chad Smith.
Yeah.
To the show. Good morning, Chad. There we go.
Yeah, just people in there just hired just to clap loudly.
That's what I do.
That's it. Yeah.
That's us. Yeah.
Gotta have
that's my
clappers, man.
gig.
Yep.
How do I get that gig?
Hey, Chad, I wanted to ask you, man. So Stone Harbor is where this is going to be. There have been sightings of you at the Jersey Shore before. No.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
It is brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app. You can download the DraftKings app and use the code ROCK to get in on the action. All right, we're going to start with a follow-up story from this whole thing in South Carolina, from the lawyer, that whole family that we've been following for a little while now. In a stunning turn of events, a South Carolina man was charged yesterday with shooting troubled attorney Alex Murdaugh in the head in an assisted suicide plot to secure $10 million in insurance money just 3 months after Murdaugh's wife and son were murdered.
Can you believe this?
It just keeps getting thicker.
I mean, this is, if you're a fan, if you would listen to any murder podcast, you got to follow this story.
The alleged conspiracy was laid out in court documents released after Curtis Edward Smith, 61 years old, was collared for the botched shooting, which Murdaugh had survived. Mr. Murdaugh had supplied, this according to court documents, I believe, the affidavit said, Mr. Murdaugh supplied Mr. Smith with a firearm and directed Mr. Smith to shoot him in the head.
Jeez.
And they added that Murdaugh hoped that an insurance payout would go to his sole surviving son. The affidavit indicates that Murdaugh confessed to the scheme on Monday and named Smith as the shooter. Smith then admitted to being there and getting rid of the gun. Smith was also charged with distribution of methamphetamine and possession of marijuana. A law enforcement official said that Smith and Murdaugh knew each other and that Smith allegedly supplied the lawyer with drugs because it came out he had a drug problem.
That's right.
Court records show Murdaugh had represented Smith in a personal injury lawsuit a decade ago. Smith's arrest and the charges are the most astounding of development yet in a saga with more twists than a low-country back road that are already including a double murder, drug addiction, and allegations of embezzlement. So
I can't wait to see the movie of this.
There is more and more. So there will be more from this we will have to see, but that's just a nutty story. All right, how about this, man? A YouTuber has deleted her channel after accidentally posting an outtake where she coached her 9-year-old crying son on how he should be posing for a video thumbnail. California-based Jordan Cheyenne describes herself as a beauty and lifestyle content creator and has posted vlogs, often about raising her son Christian as a single mother since 2013. In the video, which was titled We Are Heartbroken and uploaded on last Wednesday, Cheyenne told viewers that her family's new puppy had been diagnosed with parvovirus, a condition that can be fatal for unvaccinated dogs. At the end of the video, presumably in a portion that she had intended to cut out, she can be seen telling her son to pose for the camera as he wept. And she said, act like you're crying. She pulled him into her chest. And he goes, I am crying. I'm actually seriously sad. Due to the increased backlash, Cheyenne, who brands herself as an Instagram growth coach on her website, which is still live, said that she would stop including her son in her YouTube videos. But criticism continued, and on Monday she said in a statement to Insider that she was pulling down her channel to focus on Christian's health and well-being.
When I watched this and I watched the video, I was furious because this kid was actually going through a moment, sad over the puppy.
Yeah.
And she's basically saying, you're not doing it right. Get in the camera. We got to sell this.
Yep.
And you know how many other vloggers or how many other people on social media, when you see them crying on the camera, you know that they're doing that so that they'll get more followers.
She said in a statement, getting completely offline, canceling all videos and monetization, and prioritizing my child are all I care about. The video was quickly deleted, but not before it was re-uploaded on a score of social media platforms. The same day, Cheyenne posted a follow-up titled, I am immensely disappointed in myself, attempting to explain and excuse her behavior.
Is it not despicable?
Yep, absolutely. All right, this is not the treasure most hope to find. I just saw this story. 7-year-old boy from Percy, Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah.
Was on a treasure hunt in his backyard last weekend. Found a box that was labeled 840 cartridges, 5.56 millimeter. The boy's mother says that the box was found under tree branches and had a grenade inside of it.
Oh, that's awesome.
As well as mortar tips and fuses.
That's great. What do you got there, buddy?
She contacted police who investigated and said the grenade was not a threat as it appeared to be empty. The items were removed by police and there was no danger to the public, apparently. An employee at an Altoona eatery was arrested Sunday after reportedly stabbing a coworker during a heated argument over him not working hard enough. Anthony Towles
Did you just try to encourage him to work harder?
No, the guy that stabbed the dude was the one that wasn't hurt.
I got you. Okay.
So Anthony Towles is facing felony charges after police were called to Five Guys and found the victim with a stab wound to their neck, mere inches from a carotid artery.
With you, we're just 4 guys.
Police reported that both the victim and Towles stated that they got into an argument over the victim telling him that he wasn't working hard enough. The 2 employees then made their way into a back parking lot behind the shopping center. The victim told police at this point, Towles said, "I'm going to kill you." Towles then related that he took a pen from his sock and swung it at the victim. Police noted that the victim had an inch-long, rather deep cut to the left side of his head, behind his ear, mere inches from a major artery.
That is not the Five Guys way.
So Towles was placed under arrest after that incident.
We've had 2 stories of local stories of guys being attacked in restaurants by disgruntled employees.
Yeah. A Boston University professor died in an accident on Saturday. This is terrible. He reportedly fell through a staircase across from the JFK UMass MBTA station. So David K. Jones was found across from the station on Saturday. A passerby saw Jones's body under the stairs and called police. Police determined that Jones, who was dead at the scene, was laying under the stairway, and there was a gap above where he was found. So the stairway just had like a few steps missing. And he must have stepped right through it. Yeah,
and there were signs saying they to not go up the stairs.
It had been closed for 20 months, they said. There was a wire fence around the bottom of the staircase and chain link fencing and a barrier at the top. And they don't know why he would have done that or what the story was. Jones was an associate professor with BU's Department of Health Law. All right, one last story, and we'll wrap it up for now. A woman was found naked in a Fort Myers sewage drain on Friday night. This has happened a few times.
Yeah, it has.
What? I don't get it.
A witness who was driving by the area saw the woman trapped in the drain and called law enforcement. Police and fire crew responded. Officials had to use special tools to save the woman from the drain. She was transported to the hospital to be examined, and I really don't have any other details than that.
This is the only way I can poop.
Maybe that's her little thing.
Climbed into a storm drain.
Naked in a storm drain, and that is it. All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you now. We have roughly 5 minutes remaining for you to enter your word for MMR's Money Clips, and the word is currency, CURRENCY, and you can text that to 45911, or you can enter it if you want to win $10,000 possibly. You can enter it through the MMR app or at WMMR.com, but we recommend you do that right now. We're going to take a break. When we come back in just a few minutes, Michael Gandolfini and Alessandro Nivola, who are in The Many Saints of Newark. It is the prequel to The Sopranos, and
Big
we'll
buzz.
come back with them in a moment. Stay with us. We know.
I've never been to the. Tell me about the sightings. This sounds good.
Are you serious? We have heard there's somebody that looks like
it
you,
has to be
that people have sworn up and down that Shad Smith haunts.
Well, we all know who that is now. Don't.
Will Ferrell out there?
Some other dude, some other really good-looking guys out there too.
I have not been to the infamous Jersey Shore. This is my virgin experience. So yeah, what should I expect?
Well, it's beautiful. Stone Harbor's a gorgeous area, first of all, that you're going to be in. And it's just, you're going to be down there for Memorial Day weekend. So, in fact, that part of the state actually weighs more than any other part of the state this time of year because everybody's going to be flooding down that way. But it's just people dying to get out and enjoy summertime. So that's the kind of vibe you're going to be digging on.
Beginning of summer. And what a summer to start beginning, right?
Yeah.
Well, you're also dealing with the fact that restrictions are getting relaxed, and people are, as the vaccinations are going out and things are becoming more normal. I think you're going to get a very exuberant response from your art collection. And how is this? How long has this been a thing for you? Because obviously you have the artistic outlet of the music. But a lot of times, people like to dabble in other stuff. How long has this part of your life existed?
Well, I would say I've been doing this particular thing about 5 years now. And this company called Scene 4 in Los Angeles approached me. And it was really their kind of idea saying, look, here's how they presented it to me. We would like to put you in a dark room, completely dark, with these light up fluorescent drumsticks of different color, and have you improvise a solo or do whatever you want on the drums, and we're going to photograph you at different angles with different shutter speeds. And people that know about photography, the shutter speeds, slower, faster, make things blurry, and all that kind of stuff. And then after that, you can change the color and you can manipulate it on different canvases and do all kinds of modern post-production stuff. And, how does that sound to you? And I was like, it sounds pretty cool. It sounds psychedelic, and it's a connection for me from music and drumming, which is obviously my passion and the first thing that I've been doing since I was a little kid. And so it made sense to me in that way. So, that's what we did. And that was about 5 years ago. And then I have a second collection. It was so much fun. I did it again. And this time, though, I started adding afterwards in post-production. I really wanted the power and the energy and explosiveness of how I was trying to portray the drumming to pop out on a flat surface, which is really the challenge, because music and drumming is so physical and obviously it's a audio experience, but to try to get that translate that onto a flat surface is something I was interested in. So so I've been adding things to it to embellish it, to bring out those feelings that I want to convey on the canvas, and it's been a lot of fun, and I'm just going for it. There's no art police that's going to come and say, hey, you can't do that. That's against the rules. You're supposed to do, whatever. And so I'm not really concerned with that. I just, if it touches people emotionally or whatever sort of, reaction you can get from art, any kind of art,
right?
I'm down. So it's really, I'm using my drumsticks as brushes. And actually, there are brushes that people use on the drums, and the drums are my canvas, and I can express myself any way I want.
That's wild.
We've had a few other rock stars by here that have taken to artistic and oil paints and various mediums, and a couple of them actually have been drummers. We have Mickey Hart of the Dead, Rick Allen of Def Leppard as well. Do you guys? Is this a community, drummers who go into art?
Like a drum circle, a paint circle, or an art circle, or whatever. Stuart Copeland does it. Bill Ward from Black Sabbath. There's a drummer from Journey. A lot of people. I don't know. Maybe it's a drumming thing. I know. I asked Mickey about it actually, because I saw that he did it, and I asked, and he's with the same company that I did. And obviously, our thing is always very different, but. Just to get a feel for it and how the people were to work with and all that, and he was very positive about it. So, I guess it's a thing. Who knows?
You know what's interesting though is because you talk about that there's no art police, and I think as a musician, and this is your livelihood and so on and so forth, and albums and songs get critical reviews and so on and so forth. It's sort of liberating in a way to tie into an aspect of what you do and have that. And I don't give a rat's ass aspect to it, to just be purely something you feel at the moment. And no, I don't care how it's judged. This is what I want.
If you make art and you're worried about what other people think, and you're making it for someone else than yourself, I mean, it sounds selfish, but you really, you have to be okay. You have to love it. And you don't always love everything you do, but you have to do it for yourself and come from the heart, and that's authentic.
Yeah.
And if you're making it for other people or what other people think, music, film, photography, whatever it is, art, then you're already out in a different place, and that's not where I'm coming from. So no, I mean, do I want people to like it? Sure. Do I want some people to hate it? Yes. I want action. I don't want.
All right.
You don't want that as an artist. You want people to love it, or they at least for me, I want a reaction. So I think that's good, and you take a risk, and you grow and change as an artist. That's really important, and I'm just doing that. And people don't like it, fuck them.
I have to dump out on the F-bomb. But listen, Chad, I have a question about that and the difference between creating music and creating this as tangible art that you can hold and touch and really take in. Now, if you create something, a piece of music, it goes out into the world, people purchase it, that's great. But you still have that. When you have a piece of art, if you create something that you really love, do you want someone to buy that and have them appreciate it, or is that something you want to keep for yourself? Is it hard to let go of something that you've created that you really, really like?
Yeah, that's a good point. And also I can use the music analogy. It's like you make your songs in your garage or wherever you're at, and you write these songs, and with our situation, there's 4 people in a room, and you come up with something, and if it's really great, it touches people and people connect to it. And then it's theirs. You know what I mean? It's really no longer yours. Once you put it out into the world, it's for everybody. And if it's something that I made, I guess this is the one thing that would be different. It's a tangible one thing. If I really liked it, I would keep it.
Okay.
Yeah. That makes sense, right? If I was like, I want to have it. I want it. But for most things, it's like, I'm doing it to express myself and share it with other people. So,
yeah, Chad, my girlfriend's a painter, and occasionally she'll paint something and keep it for herself.
Who are you?
I'm on the show as well. My name's Nick. Nice to meet you. And listen,
like the GIMP, did they keep you in the club?
That's right. Well, today they let me take the leather mask off, but normally I'm in the closet. But she's an artist and she's a painter, and she loves to occasionally keep a painting for herself. But listen, the reason I wanted to bring a chat just for a second is I don't want to alarm you, but we're Zooming with you. There's a window behind you, and I just saw somebody wandering behind you. I don't know if you know who that is, or if there's just there. See him?
Yeah. There's somebody out your window.
Yeah. There's somebody right outside your window right now.
That's my son Dashiell. He's like loves horror movies and creepy dolls. He's on his bike right now.
Okay.
You guys are talking about you.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, if he's a horror guy, we can have a conversation.
He's quite a character. It's the same thing.
Chad, I've got to ask you, one of my favorite places in our country is somewhere I've been visiting since I was a kid, Montauk, New York. And I was there a couple years ago. And apparently, now hopefully we get this rumor right, but apparently I just missed you at Swallow East. You jumped on stage, this was the story, to play with the band that was there.
Probably, yeah, that sounds about right. I'm in Montauk right now.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love it there.
Yeah, it's great. Dashiell, they're just talking about how creepy you are behind you.
He's going to put his son on with us. Let's say the side of Dashiell. Hey! What's up,
dude? We've been coming here for about 16 years now. My wife's from this area in Long Island. A little bit, not quite as far, but we're here, and we come in the summer whenever we can, and when I'm not working, and I'm sure I've been Talk House, Surf Lodge, you name it. If there's a drum set, I'm showing up. I'm getting up.
I love it. That's cool.
Do you go to Lynn's Hula Hut, the little hut in the parking lot? If you haven't, you have to go there.
I'm taking any gigs. Hula Hut in Montauk.
Yeah.
So does that mean will you go back there instead of staying in Stone Harbor over the weekend, or are you?
I'm just coming in. Actually, I'm doing. There's thing at the World Trade Center at the Oculus where you walk through it.
That's right.
And I have a thing there on Friday, and it's running through the weekend. But I have to go down for Friday.
Look over your right shoulder.
Really trippy. It's like 2 football fields long, giant digital screens, and my art and a bunch of other people.
Chad, turn around.
Turn around.
Yeah, I just ran away. He was up on the windowsill.
Don't encourage him.
Oh my God, that was so funny.
It's a rascal. This one. I mean, I'm getting payback big time.
Hey, does he play? Does he play drums?
He used to really like the guitar when he was younger. I thought he was going to be the next Jimi Hendrix, but he kind of gave it up. He likes skateboarding and just wreaking havoc with his parents. So now he riding his bike, and he kind of. But my middle one, my 12-year-old plays the drums actually, and it's a room full of drums in here.
Beautiful. Nice,
beautiful.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a drum question for you.
Bed and 3 drum sets.
I have a drum question for you. I'm a lifelong drummer. I'm 53 years old. I quit for a long stretch. I have some hearing issues. I have tinnitus. I played in a band. I did the damage. It's over. But I've been getting back into it the last few years. Bought a great Roland electronic kit. And I've decided to crack down and work on the fundamentals, things that I should have done that I really wasn't paying attention to when I was in marching band and so on. And so I'm really working hard, and I'm doing it just for me. I'm not going to play in a band or anything like that. I just want to be a great drummer just to entertain myself and to satisfy myself. And so I've been working hard. I've been seeing a lot of progress. I'm feeling really, really good about it. And then, boom, all of a sudden, I got this wicked case of tendonitis in my left elbow. And I went to an orthopedic, and he's like, you got to stop playing for a while. But, dude, my momentum is, I'm tearing it up. I'm improving so much. And I don't know if I should listen to the doctor or I should follow my heart and keep on practicing hard,
Man, is it have anything to do with the Roland kit, like how you're hitting? Is that because they don't have a lot of? Do they have a lot of give?
No, they did. You know what? Actually, where I initially heard it is I was doing it on a pillow, to work on my rebound a little bit, and I think I went a little too hard on that. So it was my own doing, I think.
I mean, I feel you, brother. When you want to do it, and then it's like. You can't, or you're not supposed to. Is it inflammation or is it tendonitis?
No, it's like it might be like a little tear in there. So,
Okay.
Yeah. But you've played for as hard as you guys play, especially when you're touring. Do you ever have these things pop up where it's like, oh man, what am I going to do?
Yeah. Absolutely. It's more. I don't think that I've had tendonitis.
Yeah.
But I get inflammation in my joints and my wrist and my elbow. It's not normal to do this.
Right.
Man like me. So it's like, it's going to catch up to you.
Yeah.
So you really, it's a funny thing. I tell people, it's like, it's no longer like, you party all night and get all wasted and whatever till 4 a.m, sleep for 2 hours, get up. It's literally now it's what you got to do to take care of yourself so you can be healthy to perform at the level that you want to.
Right.
So it's a whole different thing. It's really like taking care of yourself, eating right, getting enough sleep. Sounds so boring, but yeah, it's inflammation is the thing that gets me. Okay. And so I have to when after we play, if anything hurts or not, I just ice.
Yeah.
I ice my wrists. It's mainly my wrists that tend to get sticky, as I like to call it, and that really helps, but tendonitis, man, that's
Yeah. I should probably listen to the doctor. I don't know. They'll work it out later. But speaking of the music, I did hear a whisper recently that you and the Red Hot Chili Peppers are starting to get ideas together for a new record. Any truth to that?
There's truth to that. Yes, you heard correct. We're making a record, and we're almost done with it.
Wow.
And then when it's the pandemic thing is no concerts, so we just wrote music and recorded a bunch of songs, and we're gonna put a record out when it's done and baked.
2, 1, 3, 4. Send it to Zoom.
Only a few people know.
Only a few people will know what the hell that was all about. But I just heard the word Zoom, and it reminded me of an old kid show back in Boston. And I'm just killing time till we have
I think we're ready to
our
go.
guest and ready to go. Well, let's find out.
Yeah.
I believe we do. The Many Saints of Newark is going to be in theaters on HBO Max. Actually, October 1st. To do them both, it's going to be at HBO Max for 31 days after the theatrical release. So that's how this whole thing is working out. And we are happy to have on the program this morning 2 of the stars of the film. We would like to welcome Michael Gandolfini and Alessandro Nivola to the program. Gentlemen, good day to you.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. Thanks for coming on, man. We appreciate it.
Pleasure. Thanks for having us.
Excellent. All right, so our audio is a little wonky. We'll see if this gets worked out as we're going. But You know what, Michael, I want to start with, I'm sure a question that you've been asked a million times since this project got underway, stepping into the shoes of your father. When you were approached by this, which I assume was a couple of years ago, what was that like when someone asked you, do you want to play this iconic role that your dad played?
Yeah. It was like 6 million years ago. It feels like now. But I had first been asked to audition, and through the audition process, I had sort of begun to get more of the pages and more of the sides, and really started to fall in love with the character. And it was just about doing the best audition I could. So I sort of had these little goals throughout to. Can you hear us?
You know what, guys? The audio is so poor, and I hate to cut this interview off, but it's just we can barely understand what you're saying.
And
so
we want to do right by you.
We want to do right by you, and we want to make sure that our audience can hear it. So
Yeah, that's all right.
So Case, can you see if you can tweak that a bit? So
Yeah, we're gonna try.
All right, sorry about that, guys. They probably saw the looks on our faces because we're zooming with an arm, sitting there going, I don't know what's going on, man. Oh, well, that sucks. All right, we'll see if they can get it worked out.
This is it's an important movie. Sopranos fans are going nuts because this is what we've been waiting for. We just want to make sure it's right. Yeah. And I think part of making sure it's right is being able to understand what's being said.
Yes, I agree.
Yes.
All right, well, listen, there was something else I was going to bring up, and I will mention this. We got an email. All right, no, this is actually posted on our Instagram, I believe. Marissa gave me this yesterday. It says, hello there. Hello to 3-year-old. Or did you write this?
I was writing it as like an So this all happened over Instagram DMs, which is a very weird thing to pass along to you. So I tried to write it like an email. So
okay, so this is written as Marissa like an email. And it says, Steve Morrison style icon.
Okay.
It says, hello to you. Hello to 3-year-old Colin Brady from Richland, Pennsylvania. Richland Town, Pennsylvania. Yesterday, he tried to shave his own hair because he wanted to look like Steve Morrison.
Aw.
That's great.
That's great.
Colin and his mom, Christina, listen to the show together every morning, and she sent photos of the before and after. Steve, I'm going to show this to you. So he clearly took an electric razor and went right down the middle. He had long blonde, not super long, but longer blonde locks, and he went right down the middle and started the shaving process. And I guess mom must have seen him or heard him and told him to stop. But he has a big swatch that's gone out of his hair.
Listen, so in the before, he looks better than I do, and in the after, he looks better than I do, and I'm very jealous.
So in the after, his mom ended up taking it down to a buzz cut, but he wanted to be bald like you, Steve.
Well, that's an honor. He looks very styling.
I did something similar when I was a kid. I wanted to be like Curly from the Three Stooges.
Really?
And I think I was in kindergarten.
Not Larry.
So I went into the bathroom and I took scissors and I started to cut all my hair off, the bangs. So I cut the bangs. And this is 1970s.
Yeah.
When like bangs were the thing. So I had plenty of bangs that were long. And I go up to my mom and sister and I go, look, Mom. And I looked, I had my hand up as if I was holding my hair back on my forehead. And I go, look, I'm like Curly from Three Stooges. They go, ha ha, whatever. And I moved my hand and the hair didn't fall down and it was gone.
What did you do?
Oh my God. And school pictures were that way. Yes.
Oh my God.
Do you have the picture?
Yeah, I want to see that.
Somewhere my mom has pictures. So
That's great.
Yeah, anyhow. What's the story here, Case?
All right, so we're just going to try and do this the old way.
All right.
On the telephone.
Oh, okay. All right. So let's try this again. Michael, Alessandro, you guys there?
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah.
Much better. We can hear you.
We're going to speak from the diaphragm so that you can hear.
Very good. Projection, gentlemen. Projection. So Michael, I'm sorry if you don't mind retelling a little bit of information. I caught the part where you said it seemed like it was 1 million years ago that you were approached to play Tony Soprano. Obviously, your father made that an iconic character. Nobody could have played it the way he did. And you know what? How did that hit you when they had asked you, or whoever the powers that be had asked you to do that, or you had to audition? You were saying.
Yeah, so I had to audition at first, and my first gut reaction was, sort of no, I don't know, that's a lot. But I thought, well, there's no harm in auditioning, so I began the process of auditioning and getting in front of casting directors. I was still a new actor in New York. And as I got more pages and more sides of David's script, I just began falling in love with this new Tony, this completely different version of Tony. And by the time that it got to the point where I had to decide, I'd gotten the offer, there was no way I was going to say no. I have fallen in love with this character and playing such an incredible character. And David's writing really is just on another level. So it was nothing more than a gift and really exciting and incredible opportunity.
Well, that's you're walking. You're kind of walking a tightrope there, because I could see as a young actor, there are all sorts of potential pitfalls. But if it works, and it has worked, you take this story that so many people love. But you have David Chase, you have your director, Alan Taylor, worked on The Sopranos, the original series. So you were in the hands of the people that made it great to begin with. You have DNA that leads directly to what made it great to begin with. And so it worked out. I assume the thing you don't want is to say, oh, this is simply stunt casting, and this is why they're doing it. But, there were so many people, guys, that I think were thinking, okay, after The Sopranos ended and there was, the ending was sort of vague, and David Chase certainly has his take on it. They were talking about a sequel, and I was like, no. To me, that seems like a bad decision. Yep. This is the way to go, and obviously, both you must feel the same way, because you're not being directly compared, which would be, I think, kind of daunting as actors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, sorry, I don't know if you can tell who's talking at any given time.
It's Alessandro.
We sound exactly the same now. No, I was just going to say that David, was very smart about the way that he built this idea around a character that didn't exist in the series, apart from in a kind of mythology where people had spoken about him. And in fact, when we started filming, one of the first things he said to me was, don't pay any attention to anything anybody in the series ever said about Dickie Moltisanti, because they're all liars.
That's true. They're very reprehensible people.
And so, I had, it was very liberating for me. I had total freedom to invent this character from my own imagination and research and preparation for the role. And I think in general, that allowed the film to be an autonomous story that could exist entirely on its own, despite its, the threads that connect it to the show.
It seems to me that, so I don't know, when exactly did principal photography take place? Were you actually filming during the pandemic? Or the height that
we started a year before that in 2019, in March of 2019, and then we finished it in June of 2019, and then after the edit, David decided he had an idea for a few new scenes that he wanted to add, and a year later, we found ourselves back in our costumes, back in our trailers, staring at ourselves in the mirror, wondering if we were still these guys, and that was March 13th, 2020. Yep. And Michael had shot one day. I was in my trailer waiting for my very first shot of this second go-round, and when I got a knock on the door telling me to go home and hide.
Go ahead.
Then it was 6 months before we even got to finish the movie back in September of last year.
I mean, filmmaking, but in and of itself is usually, it's funny because we'll have people, and hopefully we'll have people back in the studio and as this stuff passes again. But, people who are associated with a film will come and say, yeah, I worked on that 2 years ago. And I think for actors, such as yourselves out promoting, it's got to be wild to have to put yourself back in the mindset of a project that you worked on a while ago and recapture that. Is that difficult for both of you?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very weird sort of experience. I mean, this movie, because it, I think, means, I don't want to speak on behalf of Alessandro, but it means so much to both of us. It was like plaguing my mind all through COVID. Like, oh my God, when is this thing going to have to come out? We had to, go back twice for reshoots and get into the minds of these morally corrupted men, like, and sort of, I had kept Tony near me before we had finished the reshoots. But there's this, process where you sort of go through these different phases of pre-production and preparing, filming it, and then this really interesting, kind of experience of handing it over to the masses of the audience, something that's so near and dear to you that, you've been working on for years, and now you get to, share it with the masses. It's sort of a really exciting and terrifying process altogether.
I mean, one of the, the hard things about waiting this long was that both Michael and I had like a unique pressure on us. He was, depicting this iconic role that his dad had created and that he was obviously, linked to in his DNA, but there was all this expectation on him. And I was having like my first breakthrough role in a 25-year movie career that waited until I was 49 for something like this to come along. And so, like, we both were aware of we both had that on our shoulders, and we're really determined not to screw it up. And so having to have this thing served up to us years ago, and then have to sit on it for all this time is like some kind of slow torture.
Well, it's clearly paid off, because the movie, again, it's not a nuts and bolts. Here's how you build a Tony Soprano, but it is a study of what goes into, as you said, making these people make wrong life choices. And it's set against the backdrop of the Newark riots around the late 60s, early 70s. And there's now you shot, correct me if I'm wrong, did you shoot in Brooklyn a lot of this?
We shot in all the outer boroughs and in Jersey. So,
Jersey as well. Okay. There's got to be something that really helps an actor inform acting choices when you're on location.
Oh, I mean, it was a beautiful thing. First of all, to shoot at home. I mean, I never get to shoot in New York. So I was there at home with my family. Michael was at home, and then everybody who was picking us up to take us to work every day were like right out of the world of the film. So I mean, the conversations I had with my driver on the way to work were like should have been recorded. I get in the car. He's like, "Hey, how you doing?"
Yeah.
There's a great cast in the film. You got John Barenthal, you have Vera Farmiga, Leslie Odom Jr., there's a whole bunch of people. And you also have Ray Liotta, who's fantastic in the movie. He's mob movie royalty.
Yes.
Was that a little bit next level for you guys when you had a chance to encounter him or shoot with him?
Yeah, I mean, getting to work with Ray it's kind of like you were just talking about. It's like filming in New Jersey. There's just a special kind of element to it when he's on set, and he's like you said, mob movie royalty. But let alone being such a talented actor, he's just so fun to work with. I mean, you kind of hear that Goodfellas laugh, and you kind of snap into reality. You can see Ray Liotta just saying, "Oh my God, this is an experience I'm never gonna forget."
No,
by that Goodfellas laugh, do you mean in the "Why am I so funny" like scene where he's cracking up right before that? Yes.
Oh,
my God.
That would scare the crap out of me.
It's the best. It's the best.
But you know what? It's a good point if you stop and think about it. And I've always loved in Goodfellas, which is obviously a classic. In a way, Michael, you have a situation where I love that first part of the film where he is young Henry Hill and picking up the chops. And that sort of is a parallel to the many Saints of Newark, correct?
Well, in fact, he was like the guy I was most scared to work with because, first of all, he's from Jersey, and of all of us, his real life experience was closest to the world of the movie, and and the mob royalty thing and all that, and he's also just very committed as an actor and doesn't suffer fools lightly. So I was very nervous doing these scenes with him, and then I think 2 weeks in, he sent me a text message saying that I reminded him of himself as Henry Hill, and that was the moment that I felt that was the biggest affirmation I think I've ever had.
That's great.
Yeah.
In my career, and I felt like, okay, I'm onto something because if he said that, of course he could have been wrong.
Hey, I have somebody who's texting in, listening to this interview right now, and says, "Question: I'm 31 years old, lived in Jersey all my life, and I've never seen an episode of The Sopranos. Can I still watch this movie first? What do you guys think?"
You can definitely watch this movie first, but you got problems.
You got problems.
No, I take it back. I had never seen the show before I auditioned for it, so I totally get it. And I read this script, and to me, this movie is like a classic crime drama of the kind that were made back in the 70s and 80s, and the studios don't make anymore, and that was only allowed to be made because of the connection to the series. But as far as the story goes, I don't think it's necessary at all to have a background in the series.
It's in the sweet spot, especially, and it does have that sort of homage to those crime films of the 70s, what they called it, the second golden age of Hollywood. So that again is another magical aspect of it. Alessandro, I wanted to ask you made mention of your long career, and this being arguably your biggest role. I guess that's kind of good when you're building to your biggest role, but you've been in a lot of stuff, including Face Off and Jurassic Park 3. You've done a lot of theater, and you've produced a lot as well. So when you get something like this, I assume you immediately say yes, or was there a second pause?
No, I was at a hotel having a meeting with some director for some crappy movie, and I got my phone started going crazy, and I told him I had to go to the bathroom, and I went in there, and my agents told me they offered me the role, and I locked myself in the bathroom stall and started crying.
That's cool. That's great.
And then people thought I was there was something wrong with me in there, and were banging on the door, wondering if I was okay.
What did this guy eat?
Somebody must have died, or I was getting a divorce or something.
Yeah, well, no, it's very cool. Again, to be brought into this, but you mentioned working some crappy movie. Now, Michael, your career has just started, but Alessandro, for you, what's it? If you're on a project that's less than wonderful, but you have to soldier on through, how do you do that? How do you, as an actor, pull it together?
Well, first of all, I've been very picky in my career, which has meant that I haven't done a whole lot of movies that I really was miserable making, that I just kind of did to keep busy. But on the flip side of that is I've spent many months at home out of work.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
That sucks. But no, this obviously was what I'm used to doing is making more of roles than there is on the page. And, that's a grind, and it's exhausting. And, it's part of the kind of job of an actor is to use your imagination to fill in what's not there. and to make it exciting and interesting, and to elevate the story. But at the same time, like, you know, when you finally get a role where, you know, there's just so much to play and it's so dynamic, and there's the opportunity to bring humor and menace and charm and you know, emotion to something that's written as, you know, in as complex a way as this role. You know, it's just a relief because you're so used to having to manufacture that on your own.
Right, right.
All right, I just have to say, as like a older millennial, like I spent most of my teen years, like every other girl with Italian heritage, being called Meadow Soprano. Like it was, you know, every morning, every Monday morning when I walked into school, somebody called me Meadow. But it was like family tradition. Every Sunday night, we would have Sunday dinner, and then as a family, we would sit down and watch The Sopranos. And a lot of it was lost on me at the time because I was young, but what really hit was the food. And so I'm dying to know what the food was like on set of this film. Like, did you guys have chefs coming in and cooking? Because you couldn't just throw that together. Like, this had to be good stuff.
You know, food on these sets, like, are you talking about like in our trailers or on camera?
In the scenes, they were amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, it's always like, you know, you do these scenes for hours, and so it sits there, and there's no way to keep this stuff from getting cold.
Right.
True.
Eventually, it's like you know, in Italian restaurants, sometimes they put like the manicotti like out in the window there, and it sits there so you see what you can buy. You know what I mean? And it's not like sometimes they even lacquer it over. You know, they slow it down or whatever. Like that's what it's like by the end of the show, end of the scene. It's like rock hard. You know?
Oh, and it's all crusty. All the sauces crusty. Michael, I just saw you cooking on your Instagram, though. You were cooking Artie's Rabbit. Tell me, who is the chef that you were cooking with?
Oh, I got to do this show with this amazing cook named Andrew Ray, who he recreates food from TV shows. So I went on and learned how to cook.
When was this? I gotta watch it.
You had no idea.
Is this on YouTube?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. It was so funny.
You're like Chris Walken cooking a chicken.
Exactly. So I was learning how to cook that rabbit. It was so fun. But speaking of food, like one of the funniest things is like, you know, I'm Italian, so like I can eat. Like I know my family can eat and eat and eat, but like John Bernthal had his like six-pack, and he was eating like salami and cheese like all day, and he'd like come over to me and be like, "I can't, my body's like shut it down. I can't eat all this food."
He was all right. He had the kettlebells in his trailer.
Yeah.
So he's well, that's the one good thing. A lot of times in mob movies, there's usually a weight problem among some of the cast members, and so you can play into that. I wanted to ask, because you have all the mechanisms that were involved in the original Sopranos series and the success here, is there talk of perhaps going down this path? You know, without giving much away, as a series in this time frame, has that been explored? Have you guys been approached about that?
I mean, I think that it's David's world, right? So it's going to come down to sort of his want to do it and his interest. I wouldn't say that a series is something that he wants to do, but you know, he has talked a bit about possibly another movie at the time right after this movie, before the series. There is a good chunk, but you know, it's really up to David. And then you have to ask the question. You have 86 hours, and now with this, 88 hours of Tony Soprano. So what is there to explore? Is there something new? Is there something to ask? Is there something to show about Tony Soprano we haven't seen before?
I'm thinking the Tony Soprano cooking show.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah.
Watch that.
As long as
I'm gonna watch it. There you go. Finish this interview.
As long as Janice can be a part of it.
I just want to quickly say, Michael, your father, James Gandolfini, was known. I've heard so many countless stories of what a fantastic, kind, generous person that he was, and people that we've had on the show who worked with him. Chaz Palminteri was just on the show, and I don't know if he ever worked with him, but he just admired your father so much. And we love to see good people, who had the success that he had, and we only wish the same for you as well.
Oh, thank you very much. He was the best, and I know that means the world to him wherever he is. So
Nice.
Thank you.
Excellent. All right, well, gentlemen, congratulations on this. October 1st is when you'll be able to see the Many Saints of Newark. Thanks for coming on, Michael Gandolfini, Alessandro Nivola. Take care, guys. We'll see you another time, okay?
Take it easy. Great.
All right, see you guys. Nice. Excellent. All right.
Well, we pulled that off, right?
That was nice.
I mean, we
I'm glad.
switched old school.
I'm glad we did. We went ahead and were able to do that. So.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a break and come back in just a moment.
It's all about family, Preston.
Am I giving this
It's all
away?
about family.
Yeah.
Okay, I have F9 The Fast Saga.
This one, I take my family into space.
It's a digital download, and I'll take call number 15 at 215-263 WMMR, and it includes the exclusive director's cut, which has more action, more laughs, and more.
Family.
And an extra. It literally says it right here.
Does it really? I thought that was
No, it says it has more action, more laughs, and more family, and an extra 7+ minutes of additional content.
The youngest of the Von Trapp family.
Oh my God!
This is one of the kids, and then Vin.
So long, goodbye. All right, I think I said caller 15. Yeah, good enough. 215-263 WMMR. We'll be back in just a moment. More guests on the way, so stay with us.
Yeah. Go play some shows. We're going to play next year, though. We decided to wait. You know, I want it to be fun and safe, and as you were talking about, as normal as possible for everybody, and be able to experience not only performing but going to the show. So I know there's some shows popping up now, but we're going to wait until next year, like a lot of people, and come out.
How do you guys? How do you guys keep it so fresh and continue to put out like good new music that doesn't sound like the album before or the album before or the album before? You guys have a knack to really just continue to produce great new music.
Wow. You're very smart, not only handsome, powerful.
Powerful?
Anyway, thank you. Well, we love it. And so, Guy, and as I was just alluding to before, I think that you have to keep changing and growing and challenging yourself as an artist. It's just, why keep doing the same thing over and over? Or some people, that's kind of all they can do, so they do that. Okay. But we're pretty good, as humbly as I can say. We like all kinds of different music, and we want to not do what we did. It's going to sound like the Red Hot Chili Peppers, but we have a distinct, something I'm very proud of. We have an identifiable sound to our band. And, Anthony has a very, recognizable voice, and we play the way we do. And you put four of us together, and we can kind of do anything. So we're so fortunate that way. That opens up the palette of like fast, slow, hard, funk, rock, blah, 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 all those stupid categories. We just make music that we like. And hopefully you make some good ones. They're not all going to be great. But,
hey,
do it, man.
Chad,
I keep doing the same thing. That would be...
I wanted to ask about the dynamic with your guitar players and Josh Klinghoffer and John Frusciante and the floating in and out of the two guys. Does that get weird at all, trying to make those decisions of who's going to be playing guitar on with the band now? And because you're talking about your livelihood, you're talking about a brotherhood and all that stuff. So how difficult is it to make those? And you're also talking about legalities and stuff, about contracts and things. So it is difficult. We don't interchange our band members like changing our underwear. It's like the chemistry of a group is so important, and that really, to me, separates all the great bands have amazing chemistry, and it doesn't mean every player has to be so proficient on their instrument, and it's just
how people, it's a team, you know, and it's a gang, and it's like how they mesh together. And we've been very fortunate to have great musicians in our band, great guitar players, other drummers before I joined, you know, 30 whatever years ago, but like wonderful musicians. And you have to have that connection with that person for it to, you know, gel together and make something that's special. And with John Frusciante, who's come back in our group, this is now the third time, you know, we have that thing with him. And I don't know what it is, but we have it.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
When we get together, you know, we make this thing that's special. And, you know, as you get older, you don't take that for granted. When we were younger, we're kind of like, oh, yeah, whatever, you know. But as you learn and go through life and life experiences, you learn, don't take this for granted. So when he wanted to come back in our group again, he'd gone off and done other things, and he wanted to be in a band again. He's like, this is the only band I want to be in. I just want to play with you guys. And so we were like, I think this would be great to have this opportunity, another fresh, you know, kind of take on what we're doing in 2020 or whenever it was when he joined, a year ago. And so we welcome that. And you know, again, the other guys in the band are amazing. Who made great music, have had wonderful times. I love Josh and Dave Navarro and all these guys that have been in our group. But you know, we do have a special thing with John, so we're gonna get on that and see what happens.
Nice.
Hey, Chad, not only am I the guy who claps and cheers in the background when we bring guests on, but I'm also the guy that makes. It's a great job. It's a great gig. Pays the mortgage. But I'm also the guy who makes things weird, and so I want to invite you over for a cigar this weekend because I'm a short town over from where you are. But if you want to come over for a cigar or a crab cake sandwich, I know where to get the good stuff.
Sounds really weird.
We know.
It was supposed to be.
I thought you were going to play. You can come over, some kind of sandwich, and we'll play hide the cigar.
Yeah. Now that's a party.
I heard about the Jersey Shore thing. Somewhat, I don't know, but you know what? I'm down for whatever. So you might have to come get me rescue me from the gallery.
All right.
Well, join you for a cigar.
Speaking of the gallery, so people come out, they get to see the artwork and purchase as well, correct? And how is that working? I mean, you're going to be on premises.
I've got the times here.
Oh, you do? All right.
Saturday, 7 to 10 p.m., and then Sunday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. So.
Oh, they're awesome. Yeah.
I think I'm only going to 1 on Sunday. I don't want to drive 9 hours back to Memorial Day Sunday. But yeah, I'll be there and you know and come down and we'll hang out and talk about whatever and look at stuff, and I may, you know, add something to something if somebody really wants me to. Who knows? It kind of goes. So yeah, that'll be happening Saturday and Sunday. Exactly.
Hey, do you know, just offhand, and I don't know if this is inappropriate to ask an artist, but what your artwork goes for money-wise, or is it
millions?
Yeah.
Wow. You asked. No, come on. Yeah. I don't know.
Okay.
Price points in front of you. There's ones. There's a lot of different ones.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
But it's you know, it's affordable.
Let's just say
everyone.
art to suit every budget.
I love it. Nice.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah.
All right. Well, Chad will be, just to reiterate, at the
Stillwater shirt.
Yeah, he's wearing a Stillwater shirt. Yeah.
Wow.
I just picked this up. In fact, there was they're reissuing the soundtrack from Almost Famous. If you didn't hear what Chad said, he was asking if I'm wearing a Stillwater shirt.
Right.
And they're reissuing the soundtrack in like a 5-disc set or something like that. And they're going to have 5 full-length songs from Stillwater. Whoever the group was. Whoever was.
Yeah.
You said Mike
It was-
McCready.
Yeah, Mike McCready, Nancy Wilson wrote a lot of the songs. I think Cameron Crowe contributed as well too. But full-fledged great musicians. But there was a band, and the story. I mean, we can talk about this at another time. But the story behind the band Stillwater, there was a fictional band created by Cameron Crowe for the movie, is really impressive.
Yeah. Kind of like what's his name? Willie Nelson's son. The
Lucas.
Band. Yeah, Lucas. Thank you.
Yeah.
Like that was the band for that movie, for the Stars Born movie.
With Bradley Cooper. Yeah, they
didn't know that.
They became buddies, and Bradley Cooper became a better musician because he worked with Lucas on that record. Yeah.
Hey, just a quick question, because we have you talk about Almost Famous. What movie do you think most captures? Since you're an actual rock star, what movie do you think resonates and captures the spirit of being a rock star? The best.
Down, no doubt. The movie This Is Spinal Tap.
There we go.
Nice.
Come on.
Yeah.
The greatest films. I'm sorry. They nail it. Every scene. If you've been in a band at all, done any traveling at all, it's incredible. It holds up to this day.
It does.
Other movies, Almost Famous, all that stuff, but to me, Spinal Tap, hands down.
Are you saying you've gotten lost backstage trying to find your way to the stage before?
Of course. Everything in that movie, not one thing. It's the limo, the whole, everything. It's the record company party, everything. The girlfriend, the thing. It's spot on.
That's great. I love to hear that.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, Chad, thanks for your time, man. Stone Harbor.
I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And we'll stop. Maybe me and Casey will stop by. We both have shore houses, so we'll come by and say hello.
Please do. That would be awesome.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Chad Smith. Red Hot Chili Peppers, guys. Oh, my God. He is the coolest guy. He is the coolest guy. And his son, Dashiell, was pretty awesome, too, man.
His son kept popping up in the window behind him.
So it is this weekend on Saturday and Sunday. And once again, it is the Ocean Gallery. So if you want to check with them ahead of time, you can reach out and find out what the full, meeting times and all that stuff will be, which is cool. So.
I like that idea of visualizing drum playing and what they're doing with that. It's cool stuff.
This guest is one of the more colorful characters through the years of contestants on Jeopardy. So much so, not only a Tournament of Champions winner, but they loved his personality so much, brought him in to host. He's been hosting this week the Tournament of Champions.
He's been doing a great job.
2021. Buzzy Cohen is joining us. Buzzy, good morning
thank
to
you.
sir. Hey, I got to ask you, man, how was it? I mean, you guys film these things in advance. Was it as surreal as you thought it might be, being up there, standing in Alex's place?
Totally. It was like dreaming in a dream, like it was so bizarre, but also so wonderful. It's always great to be back on that stage. I'm a fan first, so anytime I get to be a part of the show, I'm absolutely stoked. But even on the first tape day, we taped 5 shows in a day. So the first week of shows we did in one day.
Wow.
On the lunch break of the first week, I just went out and walked out on set just to drink it in and have a moment by myself. Cause you never get that, you're always when you're a contestant, you're always in the green room, you're being shuttled off. And so I really tried to take advantage of that. And it was, I was in Alex's green room. It was
so wild.
I was really connecting with him. It was amazing.
Well, I have to say, first off, you've been doing a great job. I love to see
Thank
people
you.
who excel, and Ken has done it. You guys are GOAT status, and Ken the GOAT at this point, but still, you guys have, I think, a singular credibility when it comes to being up there and doing this. And the show is just so you can tell you are a fan. And if you were nervous, that didn't come through. What I do love is the knowledge, and you always sense this with Alex, that there is a wealth of knowledge behind the clue giver who can sort of accentuate a little bit of information that's being, imparted throughout the show. As you're doing it, Did you have that moment though, in that where you're so overwhelmed, where you're like, oh yeah, I'm actually running this thing?
WMMR.
All right, a guest on the line to talk about a nationwide campaign that is going on and spotlighting this area. She is a meteorologist from NBC 10. We love having her on. Please welcome Crystal Clyde to the show this morning. Hey there, Crystal. How you doing?
Hi, good morning, guys. Really good. How are you?
We're doing fantastic. All right, so you are here. I know you have a couple of minutes because you got to get live on the air in a moment. But you're here to talk about the Clear the Shelters event?
Yes, yeah. You know, this is like my favorite time of year. Our Adopt and Donate campaign this year. We're really hoping to make a big push because the shelters are in serious need across our area. Maybe you guys have heard, but ACT Philly just announced yesterday they're totally full at capacity. So this campaign kind of couldn't come at a better time for us to hopefully get people out and about to adopt or donate or foster and help those local shelters and rescues in our area. And this year we have more than 50 shelters and rescues that are participating.
All right, now you mentioned donate. Are you talking about monetary donations or what?
Yes, absolutely. So obviously everything helps. And for folks who maybe aren't in a place to be able to adopt right now or even to foster, this year the initiative features this donation part of the campaign. The Animal Rescue site, which is partnering with Greater Good Charities, is hosting the fundraising site covering all the transaction fees. So it's not one of those situations where if you donate only a part goes to local shelters and rescues. 100% of what is donated will go to them directly to them being able to help out the animals that they're trying to save and keep healthy and happy. And it's just, you know, again, this is one of my favorite times of year because animals don't have a voice, and we're able to be that voice for them. And plus, I am a shelter pet owner myself.
Yes.
It is so rewarding to have a pet at home. He is sleeping next to me as we speak before I head into the station.
Well, the truth of the matter is that, yes, there are so many needy pets, and people say it. People have done that, have said you can almost sense that the pet knows that they've been saved. And our dog Chelsea and all of our cats, all 9 cats are all, you know, from shelters and different organizations that we support. What happened, though, is sort of a kind of a weird thing, Crystal, is that during the working from home scenario, a lot of people adopted pets, and it actually got very good. The shelves started to get cleared, and then as people have been returning, we've had the absolute converse situation happening, and that's why you say they're packed up again. So, if people really can take it into their minds that this is not just something you do to distract yourself. You're bringing a living animal into your house and bring that love. So many good people are out there and can do this. The event works wonderfully, and so there's really no reason not to, because whatever kind of dog or whatever you're looking for, chances are you're going to find what you're looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. There's elderly pets, there's puppies, there's kittens, and then there's some animals that maybe aren't the conventional dog and cat path. Like I said, over 50 shelters and rescues are participating throughout the Delaware Valley. They're offering either waived or discounted adoption fees. Now, some of the locations do require you to make an appointment before you head in. Some you can just walk in. Our big day of celebration is this Saturday, but the campaign's been going on for almost a month, and it lasts through Sunday. So far this year, through our campaign locally, we've had over 2,200 animals adopted, but we're hoping we can push that number. Last year, we got to almost 5,000 through the whole month-long campaign. Yeah, so really hoping we can get there again. And if someone's interested in getting a pet or even just considering finding, what shelter and rescue is near them that's participating, they can just go to NBC10.com/cleartheshelters. Scroll down the page a little bit. You'll see an interactive map. You type in your zip code, and bam, you'll see the shelters that are near you. So it's really easy, and I'm hoping many of pets find their new best friend, and that a lot of folks maybe get a really enriched kind of fall season as they bring home a family member.
Excellent. Well, we are happy to get the word out, Crystal. Good luck with everything, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Bye, guys.
Crystal Clyde, NBC 10, guys. And she mentioned the reduced or waived adoption fee. I was reading September 18th. So that's the event she was talking about on Saturday. All shelters will have reduced or waived the fee altogether. So, it can get pricey if you're
yes, take advantage of it. Yeah,
most definitely. Speaking of animals, I have a butt plug that involves animals. This email came from Jennifer Jaworski. She said, I live near the area that was devastated by the tornadoes almost 2 weeks ago, and I've organized a collection to benefit the South Jersey Wildlife Rehabilitation that will take place this Saturday, September 18th, same day as the Clear the Shelters.
They do great stuff there.
And in fact, I read an email about them prior, and This event's going to be taking place at the pool at Country Creek on Ogden Road in West Deptford. The rehab is located in Barnesboro and was hit hard by the tornado. None of the animals were hurt, but they are in dire need of supplies they lost during the storm. The organization also has a GoFundMe in case someone wants to donate to help with rebuild efforts. Now, it was sent to all of us here on the show, so I'm assuming Nick put it on the community page. So you should take a look at PrestonandSteve.com. And go to the community page for information on that. Speaking of the tornado, last weekend was driving down to the shore, and Waze had kind of routed me through Mullica Hill. We kind of skirt Mullica Hill going down there, but went through it entirely.
Yeah.
And I didn't see the houses. Yeah. But saw the trees that were just shredded.
Yes,
it was crazy.
So this is like
large, thick trees, twisted and shredded. It was wild.
It's what you'd see on our Weather Channel special of the tornadoes in the Midwest.
When you drive through it, it's different than seeing it on TV. It's wild.
You guys know Robin, who works here for the station and does weekends here at MMR. Her house was hit hard.
Yeah.
And Kristen down the hallway has another friend who she found out lives near Robin because she was over that person's house over the weekend cleaning up. And she said that the community is doing a great job in coming together and helping people out. She said a lot of churches were coming out. And,
it's a good area. I mean, Creamy Acres, we go to virtually every this time of year, for the haunted tours and stuff. That's right there. The whole area, I love driving through it. The homes are lovely and everything. And so, they got whomped. They're going to need a lot of help.
And they were asking a couple of weeks ago, like right after it happened, because they know that a lot of shore traffic travels that way down 322 over the Commodore Barry Bridge. And they were actually asking, don't go this way. Just for this weekend, don't go this way because there's ends up being a little bit of traffic concerns and
Well, and they closed part of 322 when they did the cleanup too. I'm pretty sure it was on a Friday, so that may have been the weekend case.
Wow. Okay, but anyhow, there are people that still need some help, so you can check our community page to find out that information. You know what, Case? I have a couple of odds and ends to talk about here. I thought it might be kind of nice to open up the store for just a moment, just for a little bit, because we don't have a whole lot of time, but we do have some items that we can dust off the shelf.
The odds and ends store. There's the proprietor, Preston Elliott. Walking around, saying hi, shaking hands, pressing the fresh, kissing babies, and looking at your wife in a disturbing way.
Listen, I got all day in the store. I got to do something to entertain myself. No, this is something I'm going to pull down off the shelf. Maybe you guys saw this. Facebook has repeatedly found that its Instagram app is harmful to a number of teenagers, according to a Wall Street Journal report that was published yesterday.
Well, we talk about, listen, we end up using social media because it's a tool, and sometimes it's a good tool as a means to an end to do good stuff. But like the story you had in the bizarre file, Preston, of the woman coaching her child to cry for her YouTube followers.
It's another one of the reasons why I have become so distant with my social media. It's crazy. Facebook, that's gone.
Likewise.
But even Instagram, maybe once every other day, I'll do a quick little scroll through about a dozen posts, and then I'm done. I'm weaning myself off of it, and it's so nice.
You're going in the right direction.
But listen, I also understand that it's a product of what we do and promotion of our show and so on. But I just I'm finding I'm happier without diving into that world too much. Yeah. And part of it's for a number of reasons. Either I see negative things that I don't like, or I see what a mundane life I'm living compared to others. It's one of the two.
Sure.
And
why aren't I doing that?
Nature of the beast. So, but anyhow, that's me personally. So moving on to this, the journal cited Facebook studies over the past 3 years that examined how Instagram affects its young user base, with teenage girls being the most notably harmed. One internal Facebook presentation said that among teens who reported suicidal thoughts, 13% of British users and 6% of American users traced the issue to Instagram. 32% of teen girls said that when they felt bad about their bodies, Instagram made them feel worse. Facebook also reportedly found that 14% of boys in the U.S. said Instagram made them feel worse about themselves. Now, while Facebook concluded that a large percentage of teenagers aren't negatively harmed by Instagram, according to the journal, the features that the social media company identified as the most harmful are part of its key makeup. According to the report, researchers warned Instagram's Explore page, which serves users curated posts from a wide range of accounts can push users into content that can be harmful. The app also has a culture of posting only the best pictures and moments, and it operates as an addictive product.
That's the problem is a lot of people can't, and younger people can't process the fact that virtually everything you're seeing is artifice, whether it be a filter or a created story or a kid told to cry, or there's so much manipulation. But it's all presented as this is just a mirror on what the world,
right,
and it's not.
Well, that's the thing. These teens and above teens, anybody, they're comparing themselves to the fake filter or whatever it is that's making that person look perfect.
And it's driving them crazy.
That's not what's real. And when you see that person in real life, you'll see that.
Take a look at my face. That's real.
You don't filter.
See, on the complete opposite, I don't know, Instagram has become almost my news source because that's what I've cultivated, the people that I follow. And if somebody, makes me upset about how I feel or posts stuff that I don't like, I just
go to your OnlyFans page.
Well, just stop following them. And I guess over time, you just realize that you're following some celebrities that you want to know what they're doing or eating. I follow a whole bunch of things in the city and a whole bunch of restaurants.
I want to know what the celebrities are eating.
No, I get it because it's the same thing for me with Twitter. Like Twitter for me is a news source, right? But the thing about Twitter is when like somebody likes something, that ends up on my feed whether or not I follow whoever, whatever post they liked, right? So, and I've had to stop following people based on all of their likes that end up on my feed. Like one person that I followed, they would constantly like these street fight things, right? Like where somebody would be getting knocked out.
Like bum fights?
Not bum fights.
Just flat out knockouts.
Just flat out knockouts.
So they
like
were
street
showing
fights.
up on yours?
And they were
Casey doesn't
showing
want
up,
to see that.
and I don't want to see it. I don't want to see some dude get sucker punched. I sure as hell don't want to see somebody smash their head on the pavement as a result of taking a shot.
It's going to bring you down. That's why I want to see what Gary Berghoff is eating.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, though. Whatever is happening with my TikTok account, I follow very few people. It's not, I'm mentioning it now so people will go to it, but I don't have followers. I don't post on it, but I'm just scrolling through.
At the general stream.
Whatever the algorithm that is set to me, I laugh every time I open up TikTok. All I get are these funny videos. I trade them back and forth with my cousin. We constantly are going back and forth with different videos, and whatever it is, I'm not getting the crap on other social media.
No,
so
likewise.
for me, TikTok is if I am bored and I need to scroll through something, I'll go to TikTok before I go to any other.
I spent like 10 minutes on TikTok and it didn't do anything for me, so I went and had a nice piece of fruit.
Nice piece of fruit.
after that.
It's good. You sit down in the sun.
Yes.
You got a nice piece of sun, nice piece of fruit. And if you sneeze, don't worry. I got the handkerchief and sleeve.
Casey, somebody wants to point out, it says nothing's more accurate than social media news.
So I would address
If you're
that.
using that as your news source.
When I said news, I meant not like breaking news, like worldly news. I mean, there's an account called Water Ice, WOOD.
Yes.
And he posts restaurant
Things
openings
happening
or
around the
things
city.
happening around
Restaurant
the city.
openings,
That's what I
okay.
mean by news.
Not like I wonder the geopolitical situation. Let me go to TikTok.
Exactly.
Right.
Stuff that matters to me.
So top executives have reviewed the research, and it was cited in a presentation given last year to Mark Zuckerberg. Still, Facebook has reportedly struggled to manage the problem while keeping users engaged and coming back. Facebook is also building a version of Instagram for kids under 13. I thought they put the kibosh on that.
I think we all agree that Mark Zuckerberg has our best interest at heart.
Oh, my God. Young users are key to Instagram's success. More than 40% of Instagram's users are 22 years and younger.
See, I look at my daughter, right? She's almost 16, and she has a nice group of friends. And
Nice piece of fruit.
Nice piece of fruit. But Instagram for her, because she's got a smaller group, it is so supportive and is so nice and is so positive.
If you can work that, that's wonderful. I listen, so I don't have kids, but I think I would exert a fair amount of control over, or at least monitoring of what kids I would conceivably have, we're looking at, we're involved with on social media. I think it's okay for a parent to not clamp down, but oversee a little bit, because I think, that's a great situation, but there's so much that tears kids down.
It's a daunting task.
It is.
Keeping an eye on what your kids are, the input that they're getting. So it's
use a condom, right?
It'd be really, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've learned anything, wrap that rascal. In a blog post, Instagram's head of public policy, Karina Newton, responded to the reporting and said that the company is researching ways to pull users away from dwelling on certain types of Instagram posts.
I'm sure they're doing that.
No, they're not.
No, they're looking for more ways.
She said we're exploring ways to prompt them to look at different topics if they're repeatedly looking at this type of content. We're cautiously optimistic that these nudges will help point people towards content that inspires and uplifts them.
Yeah, BS.
And to a larger extent will shift the part of Instagram's culture that focuses on how people look.
It's very funny, Preston, is that there's a meme that a number of memes are taking stills and little GIFs from They Live, the John Carpenter film.
Yeah. Carter showed me something the other day.
And
I had no idea that it had become a thing.
Yeah, they're very accurate. And so the premise of the movie is if you put on certain glasses, you can see the world for what it really is.
Yeah, which some of us are aliens.
Exactly.
It's interesting. In
fact, Preston, aren't there the Facebook glasses now?
That's something that they're talking about.
Right.
Yeah, making. Yeah.
I think they are going to debut. Basically, it's like an AI virtual. You're looking. Remember they had Google
VR.
Glass a while ago?
Right.
Yeah.
So it's assisted. So while you're looking through, you can start recording people. Yeah, Facebook on your face. And so Ray-Ban. Does it say? There's an article up on the screen here. Starting Thursday, the first pair of smart glasses made by Facebook and Ray-Ban going on sale for $299. So I think that's this week, right?
Huh.
Yeah.
Oh, Ray-Ban stories. You'll be able to find them pretty much anywhere it says Ray-Bans are sold.
Huh. Snapchat did that a few years ago, and it was creepy because you could just be like
recording
looking at somebody, and just hitting the little button and recording stuff all the time.
The Google Glass would give you. I assume this is the end goal of this is you're going to get a little holographic sort of, or at least I forget what they're calling it, but it'll give you distance. It'll give you information on your glasses that only you can see.
By the way, I know it's been out for a while, but if you haven't seen the documentary, The Social Dilemma, it's an eye-opener, man.
Yeah.
How that operates from the people who created that stuff.
And they're completely candid about it.
And also a lot of them have pulled back and gone, oh, my God, what did we do?
Yeah.
So very, very interesting. All right, I have a completely unrelated topic. Let's go to another section of the store. We're going to the farming section, actually the ranching section. Turns out that cows...
They're there.
Who knew he actually sold cattle right in the store?
You must have seen what
I did not. I was actually looking for a sheep, and I was right on it says cow moo single, and you said cow, and I was like, well, here we go.
Wow. Well, it turns out that they can be potty trained as easily as toddlers, and maybe even easier. Not that. Only to go pee.
Really?
Only to go pee.
Yeah, because I can't. I know we have City Kitty where you can get the cat to go in a human toilet. I can't see a cow sitting on your toilet.
They have not trained them to poop in a toilet yet. So scientists.
Man, I gotta go. Jesus Christ.
Scientists put the task to the
I have
test.
a tortoise head poking.
And 11 out of 16 cows learned to use what they call the moo loo when they had to go. So just like some parents, the researchers used a sweet treat to coax the cows to push through a gate and urinate in a special pen, and it only took 15 days to train the young calf.
Wow.
Some kids take longer than that to be potty trained.
So they're peeing in one certain area?
Yes.
Okay.
And an area that can be controlled.
Right.
And they can, take the urine away and it doesn't go into the
drink
ground.
it.
And I'll explain why in a moment.
My brother tried to do this with his dog that he has not trained to do anything at all.
Okay, that's a problem.
And so he had a fence built, and he had a whole special fenced-in area just for the dogs. He has two kids. Kids are running around the yard. They don't really want to have to.
And do the dogs use it?
The dog does. He goes in there. He stands in there. He looks at my brother, gets annoyed, and then my brother says, "Eventually, I got to let him out because he's not doing anything." And then he just goes to the bathroom in the yard.
So
like
my wife
a normal dog.
had the idea of like the dog park in our yard, like again a fenced in area where Chelsea would go and she would poop in that one area.
Right.
That'd be where she goes. She certainly will. We'll train her to do that.
Right.
the gate's constantly closed because she's never going to use it for that.
Kath, I'm no expert here, but I'm thinking maybe have your brother, so wherever the dog pees next, right, in that yard, maybe pull up those grass clippings and throw them in a spot in the gated yard, and because they go by scent, they're like, that's where I pee. Do you know what I mean?
I know, Case. Listen, I'm not sure his exact
failure.
Well, no, I know his failure. Start with training your dog, and then he's actually a great dog. He's awesome. But they put he did it because he read it somewhere or a friend had it or whatever. But it's rocks. It's
yes, I've seen that too.
Are you happy? But like,
what's rocks?
The special area that's fenced in.
That they're going to pee on rocks.
They're rocks.
I don't buy into that.
Why wouldn't you put grass?
Like in the winter, for example, if you I will go out and I will shove. If there's been snow, I will shovel some snow off down to the grass so Chelsea can go
there
because that's what they're looking for.
I know. Yeah. He's so funny though. He's like, he's so mad. It's so frustrating now because he literally built an area fenced in for the dog, and the dog just looks at it.
Or you could just put down pavers because that's the only place my dogs will crap now.
On pavers?
Man, really?
Yeah. It's
only
great.
on sidewalks.
Delightful.
Dude, my one dog.
I don't know.
That's great.
That's where they do it. And then we have a pool at home. When we put the pool cover on, they go out on the pool cover and crap on the pool cover.
Don't let them do that. That's
I can't. There's nothing I can do about it.
My cat Mia, the one cat that goes out that we were told by a vet. You got to let her out because this is something that she needs to do. So we let her out. Preston, she walks out to the middle of the pool, the covered pool, and there's the little, you have the sort of pump that you leave out there, and she drinks this filthy water at the base of the pump.
Oh, gross.
And there's nothing you can do to stop her.
Right. So I did something when I had to take my dog for a walk. Normally, I like to let him out back. When we were having the backyard done, I took him for a walk. And all right, is this weird? So he was about to drop a deuce, and instead of picking the poop up off of the grass, I just put the bag under his hiney and had him crap right into the bag.
That's
pretty smart.
That's very
right?
adroit. Did you? Was it nothing but net, or did you catch?
Nothing but net.
Wow.
The timing had to be perfect.
Good for you, man.
Well,
your dog's big.
He is big, but he also, he's very, he telegraphs when he's going to go, right? I'm
going to take a crap now.
Well, he paces, in the yard, when he's in the yard and he's not on a leash, he just books back and forth, and then stops. But when he's on a leash, paces, and then when he turns around, it's like, okay, it's go time.
Showtime.
So, yeah. And I was able to do that.
I think mine would turn around and look at me and go, "What the hell are you doing back there?"
Yeah.
I'd be like, there's no way. I don't think I can do it. Anyway,
Get a life.
So back to the cows. They said they're at least as good as children aged 2 to 4 years old, and at least as quick, according to Lindsay Matthews, is the head of this. She's a behavioral scientist with New Zealand's University of Auckland, who worked with colleagues on the test at an indoor animal research lab in Germany. She said what started with a half-ingest question on a New Zealand radio talk show about the very real problem of livestock waste resulted in a serious study. Massive amounts of urine waste is apparently an environmental issue.
Is it?
Urine contains nitrogen, and when mixed with feces becomes ammonia.
Yeah, well, Michael Jackson was right.
Which is an environmental issue with acid rain and other problems. So it can also taint the water with nitrates and create the airborne pollutant nitrous oxide. So
this is mostly calves that they're dealing with?
So cows pee a lot. A single cow can produce about 8 gallons of pee a day.
So think of a huge herd of cows.
So if it could be done, toilet training animals makes it easier to manage waste products and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, they say. At the lab in Germany, the researchers mimicked a toddler's training, putting the cows in a special pen, waiting until they urinated, and then giving them a reward.
Can we get one of these pens for Nick, Preston?
Which was a sweet liquid of mostly molasses. And cows apparently have a sweet tooth. They like it. Then, in 2 sets of experiments, the researchers let the cows roam about the indoor facility. When they had to urinate, 11 of them pushed into the pen, did their business, got their sweet reward. There are a couple caveats to this experiment, though. Number one, they gave diuretics to the cattle to get them to urinate more.
Okay.
Because
8 gallons wasn't enough.
Well, they had limited time to run the experiments under ethics guidelines. And number two, they didn't go poop. They only trained the cows to use the mulu to urinate, not defecate. Urine is apparently a bigger problem, at least in Europe.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
I just saw a text come through. This is interesting. A woman she takes paper plates with her when she takes her dog for a walk.
Right.
And when the dog's about to drop a
She'll
deuce,
eat it?
she
eats it.
No, she puts the paper plate down and then she bags that. And the reason I did that is because this was after I got yelled at by my neighbor, and then so I was very, very more self-aware of like, oh my gosh, like I need to clean up everything. And sometimes when you're cleaning up the poop, like some crumbs get left over.
Some crumbs,
right?
Poo crumbs.
Poo crumbs.
Wait,
And
your neighbor at the other house?
So I was like, okay, if I put the bag under there are going to be 0 remnants left. So she probably runs into the same issue. Wants to put the paper plate under there. That way she doesn't have to worry about getting every single drop off the grass.
All this talk made me think of one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. Steve, you've seen the movie Pink Flamingos.
Pink Flamingos.
Oh, God, no.
With Divine.
Oh,
Yes,
my God.
And this is real.
It's a
John
scene-
Waters film.
John Waters film. Divine is there. There's a dog. The dog takes a crap. There is no edit break, no nothing. Divine reaches down, picks up that fresh turd that came right out of that dog and eats it.
Okay.
It is just...
When do they cut away?
Without making a scowl or any kind of facial expression, even kind of making this face like, ooh, that tastes good. I'm like, how in the hell can a human being do that? It came out in the late 70s, early, probably 79, somewhere around then.
We don't need to pull that video up. I don't need to see that.
We don't need that.
But do they cut away at a certain point, or do they go all the way like chewing,
I don't
swallowing?
remember how it went after that, but it was just horrific. Okay, I think we need to cleanse the palate after that one. All right, this is interesting. If you're enjoying a good story, you're likely connecting with the people around you in a way that you didn't expect. According to City College of New York researchers, they found that when a group of people listened to a story, I assume this is someone maybe reading a story or something like that, they showed increases and decreases in their heart rates at the same points in the narrative.
Well, that makes sense.
So your heart rate kind of syncs up with other people.
I think if you're watching a movie and saying during the action scenes, the collective audience, their heart rate would probably skip up a bit, right?
Yeah, I would think so. I know, like when Rochelle and I are watching Ted Lasso, it's like clockwork.
You both crying?
When there's a tender moment, you'll just hear... and I'll be doing the same thing.
Yeah.
And, you just, it's the emotion. You get caught up in that story. So I would imagine, your heart rate would do a similar thing when you're touched like that.
I have done, in the winter, a lot of times I will extend my sleeved, arm if she needs to dab her eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because now we, sometimes we'll like Ted Lasso is very good for doing that.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
But I could see that if somebody's a good storyteller and, they're in, the midst of
Gary Lauer.
Oh my God.
I love when chicks do the daisy chain.
Oh my God.
When they flip over?
Yeah, flip over. It's beautiful, man.
Yeah.
Call me Ishmael.
All right.
Moby Dick, as read by Gary Lauer.
Oh no.
Call me Ishmael.
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. We're going to dive into all the classics. Oh, my God. So, according to the co-senior study author, it's the cognitive function that drives your heart rate up and down. This study is still very preliminary, but you can imagine this being an easy test that could be implemented to measure brain function. It doesn't require a lot of equipment.
I mean, that is to me is probably the collective joy of being in a theater of people who are vibing on a movie, you know?
I agree. And it can be obviously more than just crying. It can be tension. It can be scary.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Or
all that stuff.
The Marvel ran it in their trailer series leading up to the TV shows that they were debuting. This is before WandaVision came out, and that the sequence in Endgame when Captain America.
Oh man,
it's
the best,
and you just know he picks up the Molinar.
Yeah, it's beautiful. You got to live the life you want to live. And as much as I love getting caught up in the magic of the story, there have been occasions where I'll just stop and go, what are you getting all upset about? Some of these people aren't real.
Right,
this isn't a real thing.
But
that's only happened on rare occasions.
But therein lies, if you can't tie into that, I think you're missing out on so much.
Agreed.
That's why we talk about the bizarre phenomenon of you have historical footage of something that you could watch, but a lot of times you end up watching the theatrical telling of that story because it just connects a little bit more, you know?
Right.
It's the way we've been taught to process this stuff.
I cry at a good commercial at least once a week.
A good commercial? No kidding.
Yeah. You know
Geico?
No, you know what gets me is like, especially soldiers returning from war, and you
Right.
see like a dog coming up to them or
Right.
surprising them in their kids' class. There was a Bud Light commercial of soldiers walking through the airport, and everybody just stopped and started applauding them.
Yeah.
That one got me all the time.
You know, the marketing team has a little picture of you sitting there. They're going,
Sucker.
We got to get her to cry.
Yeah.
No, I know, and it's like in
Dog with limp.
In Analyze This, when insurance commercials would come on, Robert De Niro's character would start crying.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, but that's it's supposed to grab you emotionally, and it does, and apparently it does that with a lot.
Commercial made me just hear. Remember the one with Kendall Jenner where they're all protesting and she walks over and offers
puts a flower in the gun,
just beautiful,
whatever it was.
What a beautiful
Oh,
sentiment.
yeah, she offered a Pepsi.
Wow.
Yeah,
And she turned the world good again.
All right, hey, wow, we got to close up shop. I'm sorry, yeah, because we've got Bizarre File.
Get the hell out.
And we have another guest who's going to be joining us. We're going to have Melora Hardin, who is from The Office.
Yes.
And she's going to be on Dancing with the Stars, so we're going to talk to her. And we also have to get to the money clip. Again, we have yet another chance for you to win $500. So we'll take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
For nanosecond or observer mode.
Well, I spent about 4 weeks getting prepared for this, and I had to I watched a lot of Alex, and I had to totally change the way that I was watching the show to switch. So by the time we got there to the actual tape day, I had my mentality had totally shifted. But one thing that I think it really helped me with is that being a contestant, I kind of understand the way you listen to the clues and hear the clues.
Yes.
And so it helped me kind of understand where to kind of put a little more emphasis because, like Alex, I want the contestants to get the questions. I'm not here trying to trick them.
Well,
So
there's a perfect example of that, and you make a good point. Last night there was a clue where this spotted dance, and it was polka. And I would not have known it other than the clue of spotted. I thought, polka dots.
Yeah.
And so, but that's the genius of the show. And then you asked it.
Totally.
I think you laid it in there. I got it. They didn't get it, but I got it. And that's what Alex did so brilliantly.
Yeah, I think that he was my North Star, and what he always did was he was on the side of the contestants and the show, the integrity of the show. And so that's whenever I had a question about how to approach something, it was how do I keep the integrity of the show as strong as possible, and also make this enjoyable for the contestants. My Tournament of Champions was so fun, and I just wanted to make sure that they were having a good time. For me, that was making sure that the taping and everything went as smoothly as possible. And so I really just wanted to do a great job, not just for myself, but also for them and also for the fans. I wanted them to have a great Tournament of Champions. This is a highlight of the year.
Buzzy, was there anything that you discovered that you didn't realize it was one of Alex's responsibilities as host? Maybe that's kind of not even really even seen. It's just you have to be in that place to go, oh, yeah, he does this as well.
Well, the thing that you realize when you start, because when you're getting ready as a contestant, you're sort of ignoring his reads in a way. You're reading the clues faster than him to try to figure out if you know it, and then just listening for him to finish. What I realized is every single clue that he is reading, he approaches like its own thing. He doesn't have a Alex clue read. Every single clue is its own story.
I don't know where that's coming from.
It's not a marathon. It's 61 sprints. Each clue, he gave its own life. And that, to be able to do that and not just kind of like zone out and get into like, okay, here's my clue read rhythm, is incredible. And I think the other thing he did so well was he could pepper in little bits of color, like just for fun, like teasing that, oh, you're out of the hole, blah, blah, blah. Doing that when you're in the moment and trying to track what clues happening, all that is not easy. And, you know, I think what was amazing is how effortless he made the entire thing.
Preston and I, and we've all discussed those little things like when like encouraging somebody. That's right.
Totally.
Those little things which seem like, oh, what? He's just simply conversing. That everyone can do that. No. To sort of finesse it in there and keep momentum. Because think about it. Without that, you'd have these glacial pauses that that would really resonate. But that forward momentum, and you're doing it well. You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
And so yeah, I mean, but that's why the show is the creme de la creme of game shows.
I agree. And the other like little things like that I had to learn at the beginning, which was like saying yes, correct, right, good, not always just saying yes, yes. Which, by the way, when the first time I did it, I just like, you know, when I did a practice game on my own, it was yes, because we don't think about changing it up, but as a viewer, it gets so boring so little things like that he just, because he'd been doing it for almost 40 years, it was just so second nature.
As a radio show host, that's one of the things that I do. So I'm glad other people are finally picking up on that. So
Buzzy, this is Nick. I'm a huge fan, and thanks for responding to me over Instagram and agreeing to come over the show. It was really cool. And I've been watching, like Steve and everybody here, every bit of the tournament over the last couple of weeks. I wanted to ask you about polarizing contestants, because Ryan was on last night, and there was a lot of response to him that was negative. And he made it to the Tournament of Champions. He's a really good contestant. He's really smart. But he was kind of off-putting, and so I saw on social media, and I contributed to it. That there was some pushback against the guy. But you, as a host, obviously you have to remain neutral. Is it hard for you to incorporate that into your job while you're actively hosting it?
I mean, Ryan was. If you hadn't seen it last, he basically was a bad sport. He was kind of, you know.
I'm gonna
he read as a bad
Ryan's,
sport. Yeah.
I'm going to come to Ryan's defense here. I've been through this, and I know people who have, like, everyone has a different approach to this, and I think Ryan, he was a great competitor. First of all, he's a great player.
Yeah.
If you look at, if you take out those daily doubles, he outplayed Veronica last night, right? If just straight clue play. And I think that it's hard to be on. How many of us have to be on camera for like a devastating moment like that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're not, like, I think, if to compare Jeopardy contestants to professional athletes is not quite fair, because if you're a professional athlete, you've been through like the high school and college, and you've been through this. Like, this is the second time he's lost a game of Jeopardy ever. Okay. He played his heart out, and it just wasn't enough. It's hard to have 4 cameras on you in that moment. And he and the other contestants have a great camaraderie. I don't think it had anything to do with Veronica. I think it's hard to be processing that on camera. I think that different people have different, like, I had a very like happy-go-lucky, win-lose, whatever attitude. Not everybody's like that, and I don't think we need to expect that from.
The dude made it to the Tournament of Champions semifinals, and I'm sitting there on my couch, and so it's I have no place to judge. I'm a viewer. I'm not a contestant, so I don't want to be harsh on the guy, but it's just got to be. You see people rooting for or against particular contestants, and it makes it difficult for somebody like that, I'm sure, to have to go through.
Yeah, and for me, I was like, to be honest, when I saw I think the feeling in the studio was I think a little different than what it came across at home when he missed that daily double and then was like trying so hard to come back. I think everybody suddenly was like, oh man, you got to feel for this guy.
Well,
like,
and that to me read that, even at that point, that read is passion. I got it. I'm like, damn it, I'm off my game. Or like, I just happened to a couple of days ago we were at a golf charity, and I'm seeing people respond who are hitting bad shots. Like you see that same frustration. I got that.
Yeah.
At the end, you would like to think though, and again, you're right. It's a unique circumstance. Everything's on the line, and I get it because I think he's normally a likable guy. It just seemed like there was. It was her moment. You lost, and he's. I think that's what a lot of people read and saw. It's like, wow, man, you not even an acknowledgement or something, and that's what it is.
And also you have to remember there's editing, like those after.
True.
That after game chat is much longer than what you get on TV. So I think everyone's got to give game show contestants a lot more. I mean, people thought I was an arrogant asshole when I was on the show. Am I allowed to say that?
No. We'll let it go.
You can say ass. Arrogant ass.
Yeah,
but but you were.
But I was just having fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that it's very easy for us to like project a lot of stuff. The other thing to remember too is like this is very different. The experience of taping because of COVID, the studio is very empty. It's just like other players and a couple of producers in the audience. So I think you're less self-conscious, right, about how you are presenting yourself when you're up there.
Buzzy, I wanted to ask from a contestant's perspective, and one who especially gets on a roll like you and wins multiple nights. Because you don't know what the categories are going to be. How do you bone up? How do you prepare for that? Do you dive into? Do you research the things that you're weakest at, or do you take the history of categories and what likely might be on there? Like, I don't know, Shakespeare is my Achilles heel. It's terrible. So if I were to head into the show, would it be a good idea to bone up on my Shakespeare?
Yes, it would. Shakespeare, rivers, capitals, classical music. But the thing to remember is I actually wrote an audiobook called Get Ready, available on Audible. Sorry for the plug.
No, absolutely.
That is about kind of how I got ready for the show. And what you realize is that Jeopardy has certain subjects it likes to cover, and it is a piece of mass market entertainment. So they're not going to pick something completely obscure, right? So there's sort of a depth of information that they're going to go for. And so for me on that stuff, I really looked at not just what the show has asked before, but the types of things that they've asked before. So for instance, like, if there's Pulitzer Prize winners, you don't have to know every book ever published, but there's notable books to know,
yes,
right?
No, that's absolutely true.
And with Shakespeare, you don't need to know every single plot point, but it would be good to be able to connect either a place or the main characters to the show, because every Shakespeare clue is going to have a character's name in it. So if you know that Cordelia is King Lear, that's all you need to know. You know what I mean? You don't need to know you don't need to read King Lear. And so there's all these different pieces of information. In the Jeopardy world, they call them Pavlovs, right? So like if the year is 1927, we're talking about Lindbergh or the Yankees. It's like
no, but that's a skill set.
Right.
To know a little about a lot. Is what, and it sort of works in radio as well. Like I say, I can go about a minute and a half into any conversation and then tap out. But you guys are on another level. Preston, tell what you guys do on the final Jeopardy question.
Oh yeah, okay. So
and you might get a kick out of this,
Nick
Buzzy.
and
This is
Casey
a thing that they all do.
Nick and Casey and I, when the category comes up, and there's a commercial break right after that, we will text each other what we think the answer is, what we think the clue is, without even hearing the answer. So just on subject alone, if it will be, American authors.
Right.
Well, Nick got it the last time. The last correct answer before the question was, what was the category, Nick, and what was...
man, I'm blanking on it.
Okay, I said Roald Dahl, and you said it was like children's literature or something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
And
so this is a game we play, and every now and then,
you guys you can join in. There's a Twitter account that's just for that, Jeopardy Blind Guesser.
That's great. But that speaks to what you were saying, though, to know what the go-tos. We watch the show enough.
Exactly. Like if John Updike comes up a lot. Do people read a lot of John Updike? I don't know, but John Updike comes up a lot. Know. So it's exactly that, and. They're not going to ask about some author that nobody's heard of, because watching at home, you're completely lost.
Yep.
Even if you don't know it, even if you don't know that Eugene O'Neill wrote Moon for the Misbegotten, you hear Eugene O'Neill and you're like, I should have known that.
Wait, Buzzy, I have one for you, Buzzy. Chinese-born American architect.
That would be I Am Pay.
Every time.
If that ever shows up.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, and that's kind of that's what, when you're playing Jeopardy, you're not, a lot of the clue information is sort of superfluous. Last night there was a clue about during the Eid festival, you eat this thing with this food that has another name.
Thanks, Kath. So we're going to get our next guest on the line. Dancing with the Stars. Wow, season 30 is coming up. We just spoke to Derek Hoff the other day.
Yeah.
Now we're going to speak to one of the actual contestants. Somebody's going to be busting their butt to do the best that they can.
Probably already is.
Yeah, you're right. It has been probably.
In the thick of it.
In preparations to win the disco ball, the mirror ball. Please welcome, from The Office and many other things, Melora Hardin is on the show today. Good morning.
Hi.
Hey, Melora, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good. Have you indeed been busting your butt, as we said moments ago?
Oh, yeah. You know it.
Okay, so did you, upon the invitation and the acceptance of this invitation, did you immediately start tripling your workout to get ready for us? Because that's what we hear, that it's arduous.
It is. It's definitely a lot of work. I'm pretty consistent anyway with my activity level. But yeah, this is a higher activity level since really when I was doing Chicago on Broadway, I definitely was dancing this much, but in a whole different way because it was posse and this is my first time ever doing any kind of ballroom, and it's really technical and it's really intense, and my first dance is really intense, and my partner was just saying, just so you know, you're dancing from the second the music starts till the second the music ends. Right. And it's super up-tempo, and it's he's like, you're doing some pretty complicated steps. It's not like we're just going hold for 8 counts, And so he was like, don't beat up on yourself. It's a lot. And I'm having so much fun. It's really, really great. And yeah, my body's going to get ripped, you guys.
Well, listen, I'll tell you what. I mean, you're starting from a good place to begin with. You've always been in shape, but a good friend of the show, Kate Flannery, your cast mate from The Office, she got into it, and she said, I'm transforming completely, and she did talk about how difficult it was. She didn't come from the dance background that you have, but that it's got to be. Listen, you're kind of being. It's a double-edged sword. You're training. You're getting into probably the best shape a lot of people will be in their lives, but unfortunately, that whole process is displayed for everyone to see.
Yeah, exactly. You're being very brave. You're trying something new. I'm basically a beginner, guys. That's what you're doing. You're basically stepping in. But you know what? Being a beginner is an amazing thing. It's an amazing thing, and people forget how amazing it is. We have some weird thing in our society that you have to be great at everything. It is so wonderful to step into something and be like, I am a beginner, and this is where I'm starting from. And then I get to watch myself grow from there and feel into, and work hard because that's what I do, and have the fun of that. And yeah, it's great to be a beginner, guys.
I suffer from that because, I often won't, if I get into something that I'm not immediately great at or that I can take to immediately, I don't do it. And so I envy that process that people will commit themselves to really investing the time to doing this. Now, I have to ask this, and we've heard this rumor floating around that, of course, you're very well known from The Office, and the dinner party episode is one of the legendary episodes. We hear that the Office fans are campaigning to get you to dance to a particular song. Is what I'm hearing correct?
I mean, they probably are.
Okay, it's that one night which you dance to in the show. You have a little. It's hilarious. Listen, as Preston pointed out, Alfonso Ribeiro, he danced. He did the Carlton.
Yeah,
it would only be fitting.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you never know what I mean. I think that they're interested in the Hunter song. I'm assuming, right?
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right.
But the song. But the problem is that that song isn't really known by. I mean, they used really popular music on this on Dancing with the Stars. So I can't imagine that they're gonna pull that out.
All right. Well, we'll be watching.
Look, I'm going to bring a little bit of Jan to the dance floor for the fans. Okay, I'm going to do that for them.
By the way, do you know, since the show hasn't officially started yet, what your interaction will be with your competitors other than, the evenings that you're dancing and seeing what they do? Is there any kind of get-togethers or anything like that?
Not that I know of. I mean, we all met at Good Morning America, and everybody is so nice. I mean, everyone's great, and really, it's like when it really comes down to it, we're not competing against each other. I mean, this is not called Dancing with the Dancers. It's called Dancing with the Stars. Mm-hmm. Everybody has their own reason for being there, for their own challenge that they're facing, their own, bar that they're setting for themselves. And really, I mean, the ages range all over the place. I mean, it's like we've got a gold medalist who's 18, we've got me who's 54, and I'm an actor, we've got people all over the map. And so it would be ridiculous to think that that Suni Lee and I are competing. That's just ridiculous. I mean, that's just not what we're doing. You know what I mean? Like, I'm competing with myself. I'm trying to bring myself to it so that people can get to know me a little bit, not just through my characters, but a little bit more of Melora Hardin, because I am, I have been working on a documentary for 4 years called Thunder Hunter and Me that we're just now shopping to try and get to find a home for it. I want people to find it because it is about healing, and it's about light and love, and it's about what it takes to transform trauma. And it's not a character that I've done. It's really Melora, and I'm hoping maybe Dancing with the Stars, I'll get to stay on it long enough. Maybe I'll even win the little mirror ball, the big mirror ball, and I'll be able to let people in on who I am a little bit more, and it'll help people find Thunder Hunter and Me.
All right,
ultimately.
so I have a question there because I was reading the synopsis of the documentary, and it's a tad bit confusing to me. Can you explain it a little bit?
It's a story about, when I was 10 years old, I was on a show called Thunder about a wild black stallion that came when I whistled, and it was about a little girl who Thunder and I would go and we'd save the day. We'd pull people out of wells, we'd save animals from traps, and 40 years later, I was directing a music video for my friend Paula Cole, and I needed a horse, and I walked through the door of the woman who owned the horse, and she said, "Oh my God, you were on my favorite show when we were 10 years old. You were on Thunder," and we ended up making this music video together, and I ended up using her horses and all of her actor animals. She's an incredible person to work with. Mm-hmm. And during the day, I said to her, "You're so awesome. Where's your partner? Where's your boyfriend, girlfriend? Like, I seem like you're by yourself." And she said, "Oh, I've never been on a date. I've never kissed anyone." And I was like, "What? How could that be?" And ultimately, 6 weeks later, she calls me up, and I said, "Well, I like to fancy myself a matchmaker. I'd love to help. Call me if you need any, have any questions." She calls me up, and she says, "How long is too long of a hug?" And her questions are so young that it inspires me to ask her a question I've never asked anyone in my life, which is there any chance that you were raped? And it turns out she was raped when she was 7 years old.
Wow.
And I just took her into my life. And so the story really is it took 40 years, but Thunder and Cindy finally came to help.
Wow.
And it's a story about female friendship. It's about what it really takes to get through trauma. It's about how women can hold women up and how we can help each other get through these very difficult things. And you really get to watch her transform her entire life. And it, of course, transforms my life in the process.
Well, honestly, the stories like that are something that Dancing with the Stars focuses in on routinely as they're working with the different contestants, and that's something I have to imagine they're going to cover that if they haven't already shot stuff for that, because that's right in their wheelhouse.
I hope so. I hope so. That's. I hope we will talk about it because it is a beautiful, beautiful story, and for me, it's a gesture of healing that I want to put into the world, and I'm hoping that people will be, we'll get to see a little bit of Melora and go, "Oh my God," because this is a very raw documentary. It's not a comedy. Obviously.
No, it's obviously very important to you too. But you're also with a cast that's very high profile. You have JoJo Siwa who's going to dance with the same-sex partner for the first time in the history. You have a whole bunch of people from all different walks of life, which is really cool. And we had Derek Hoff on, and he, we talked about the judging structure. And again, it doesn't rely, like you have done some dancing. Were you not in the movie Lambada?
was. Yes,
You know,
I was.
the forbidden dance. Did you get to dance the lambada? I forget.
I did. I danced the lambada. I did, guys.
It's a forbidden dance.
What?
So sexy.
Is that going to be incorporated this season? It's got to be.
Oh God, I don't know, but there is some Latin. You know, I mean, I don't think the lambada is considered actual ballroom, but there is some Latin flavored dances for sure
right.
that I'll be learning.
Okay. Yeah, I know they do the cha-cha-cha and all these other things, so that maybe they'll throw a little of the forbidden stuff in there.
It's
as well.
forbidden, Preston.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm sure the Office fans will be voting for you, and that is certainly a sizable audience. So we wish good things for you in this quote unquote competition, Melora.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
I'm already having a ball and working my ass off, as you said earlier.
Yes,
So,
well, that's good.
Now go get the ball.
Well, thanks for coming on this morning, Melora Hardin. Thank you. That's cool, man. Bye bye. We'll see you.
She's very sweet.
She is. So I was reading the rundown of what the plot of that documentary was, and I didn't quite understand. So I'm glad she had explained it, and that's obviously a passion project for her, and she'll be able to promote that.
I mean, for raising your visibility, you know, Dancing with the Stars is definitely a place to go.
Yeah. Oh, it's 10 o'clock.
93.3 WMMR. It's time for an MMR Money Clip.
Florida man.
Now, here's your Money Clip keyword.
The keyword is hope, H-O-P-E, and you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. There are 3 ways to get to it, all right? You can text us to our special contest short code. It's not the normal text number, okay? It's 45911, so text the word hope to 45911. Or if you'd like to be entered for the $10,000 grand prize, enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. One random entry wins $500 in our company-wide contest. That person's going to get a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com. So once again, the word is hope, and you have until 15 minutes after the hour to get it to us.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it is brought to you by Horizon Services Best Deal Ever sales event, which is taking place. You can get your preseason Hooter.
Oh, my God! It's the best sale ever!
You can get your preseason heater tune-up.
Yeah,
that's where the ooh sound came
Interested
from.
in that deal you got going on there.
The heater tune-up for $39 and your spring AC tune-up for $39.
Can you get two of them Hooters?
You can visit horizonservices.com. All right, this is a second type of story like this we've had this morning. In Missouri, a bomb squad recovered a suspected explosive, possibly a grenade.
Oh, boy.
That was found by 2 fishermen. James Newton, a frequent magnet fisher out of the Ozarks, said his discovery caught him by surprise. He said, I was kind of in shock, and then I was so nervous I was shaking. Newton and another fisherman found the device while magnetic fishing, an activity that consists of searching for metal objects submerged in lakes, rivers, and other bodies of water.
Do you have any interest in this? It's kind of weird. I would like to watch someone doing it because they pull up all sorts of stuff like this stuff.
Yeah, I have as much interest as doing the metal detectors on the beach.
All right, yeah.
It seems like the same thing to me. When they located the device, they alerted a security guard who then called 911. The sheriff's office, the fire department, bomb squad, and Springfield City Utilities all responded, and the bomb squad apparently blew up the device. The fisherman said the pin was still in it, luckily, so I just grabbed the side and pulled it off to keep my head away from the pin.
Like this?
Yeah. A woman came, do it like this.
No, you idiot.
Yeah. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Like this.
A woman came down to the scene after it was clear because
no, you idiot. Like this.
She heard the explosion from her home a few miles away. He said, I was just in my kitchen. She said, I was just in my kitchen, like making my lunch, and then I just heard a big loud boom. That's Karen Fraser said, I had no idea if it was inside the house. It does sound super loud, like something exploded up in my yard. Newton is no stranger to finding what he calls treasure hunting, by the way. And he said, I found a couple guns here, found a chainsaws,
found a robot,
weed eaters, just about anything metal. The magnet can pull it out of the water. I found toolboxes, found some money boxes, just all kinds of crazy things. But never in my life I ever seen anything like a grenade.
I got a big magnet.
I made up that last part. All right, so a mother has a warning for every parent out there about hand sanitizer. She says what happened to her young daughter was a nightmare and no other parent should have to endure it. It was her second day of kindergarten. The little girl set up her desk with pencils and supplies, including a fresh bottle of hand sanitizer, which was on the list of school supplies for the kindergarten class. By lunch, the 5-year-old girl had collapsed. The principal called and said to get to the school immediately. The girl's mom said she was walking a little wobbly down the hall. By the time they got to the classroom, to the lunchroom, she fell and couldn't sit up straight. The girl was rushed to Children's Hospital from the school. Her mom said she was completely out of it. I tried to wake her, and she opened her eyes briefly, and she looked at me, but it was almost as if she looked straight through me. Hours later at the hospital, the girl came out of it, came to, but mom had no answer still until the school called it again. She had consumed 6 ounces of 70% alcohol. Her blood alcohol level was 0.23.
So she had actually ingested it.
Yeah, she was drinking the hand sanitizer.
Oh, God.
In a statement, the school superintendent said the health and wellness of our students is a priority. The district provides hand sanitizing stations that are available in each of the schools. In addition, students are permitted to have hand sanitizer in their desk or backpack. However, students are not required to keep it on their desk or backpack, particularly if a parent or guardian does not want them to have it. There have been an increase of kids ingesting hand sanitizer, of course. It will typically have 70% or so ethanol, which means that they're about 140 proof. Yeah.
So is there any situation or scenario in which that alcohol can be absorbed transdermally
and give you a buzz?
Yeah, I've never heard that.
Not that I know
thought
of.
originally that's what you were going to say.
Yeah, not that I know of. So, yeah, be careful. Authorities caught a 30-year-old Orlando man giving an unauthorized tour of Hollywood studios this summer with a Disney iPad that let him skip the ride lines.
Whoa.
Yeah. A Disney fraud investigator was on alert that someone outside the company may have gotten control of a device for Disney employees only. Over the past few days, his team had noticed that he had noticed unapproved overrides on a Disney app used to make reservations. He said the app is used to facilitate entry into the front of the lines without having to stand in line or to wait on the ride line. I'm sorry. The application is a private app for qualifying guests and is only installed on Walt Disney World Company-owned devices. The app is not available to the public for use.
Why not?
On June 4th, the Disney investigators saw a man leading a tour and bypassing the lines at an attraction in Hollywood studios.
Hold it, scumbag!
The report doesn't disclose which ride the man attempting to access. The Disney investigator ordered Disney employees to cancel the reservation before the man climbed on board. The investigator wanted to see if the man would make the reservations again. So he followed the man as he left the park and went to his car. Upon confronting the man, the investigator asked him if he had a Disney device to make reservations. The man admitted he did and handed over the iPad. By then, sheriff's deputy was on the scene. The man refused to answer more questions, but he insisted that he did not know that the iPad was stolen.
Mm-hmm.
The report isn't clear where the man had gotten the device from, stating someone from a company had given it to him.
I found it over there.
Meanwhile, a Disney investigator confirmed the $400 iPad belonged to Disney and had been taken without the company's permission. However, the investigator couldn't tell the sheriff's office which department the iPad belonged to or how the device had been unaccounted for. Disney apparently had not reported the iPad stolen.
You would imagine that the second you would have to log in, right?
There's some shady stuff like this that goes on, I think, behind closed doors with Disney. I guarantee you a Disney employee was somehow involved.
Yes.
And that's why it's not clear.
There's got to be a log-on code or something like that.
Yeah.
If I guarantee you that if you haven't used this thing in like 2 minutes, like somebody's iPad or computer, it locks you out.
However, I'll tell you that I would have definitely taken that not to wait in line.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The man was transported from the Disney property. Walt Disney World isn't naming the man because he hasn't been charged with a crime as of yet.
Play dumb.
And that's a bizarre file. By the way, Steve, this is for you.
You stupid rabbit!
done multiple times,
And it always worked
on those shows, and it still cracks me up. It's just
you get so pissed off with them not being able to do it that you forget you've put a bomb in the piano.
It's the best. And did we ever? Well, I think we talked about it one morning. Try to figure out what that song was. And I don't remember if we figured it out or not. We did, I think, but I just don't remember what it was. So, actually, I want to hear it one more time.
You stupid rabbit! Like this!
I love how he plays it fast. He's like, it's like this. It's so easy.
And I love after they had a way of depicting post-explosion where all of his hair has been blown off.
Yeah.
He's a cinder.
Yeah.
It's just brutal.
Or just, like the whole hat brim is gone and just a little cap might be there or whatever they did.
One of my favorites was Daffy Duck when he would get shot point blank with a shotgun and his bill would go back over his head.
Or it would spin around, which was great. Or it'd be
try that again.
Filled with holes, or they had a way to change it up every single time.
He spits out the buckshot.
Yeah. Have a handful of blanks.
According to Looney Tunes Wiki, it's those endearing little charms.
That's the name of the song.
That's what it says.
All right, and it was used in, are these the all time? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. It was done 5 times.
And Daffy, we're looking at the clip, Preston, on the screen here, where Daffy does it when they're doing the talent show on stage.
Yeah, it was using the xylophone. And by the way, pull that back up, Marissa, because they didn't duplicate, because this Wikipedia page, it says known uses, okay? And it's got the name of the cartoon. It's got the user and intended victim. So each time it was someone different.
Really?
The intended victim was Bugs twice. But you had Private Snafu, who I don't know was the intended victim was Private Snafu. Then you had Yosemite Sam was the user. Bugs Bunny was the victim. There was another one. Daffy Duck was the user. Bugs was the victim. Another one was Wile E. Coyote was the victim, and Roadrunner was the intended or was the victim. I'm sorry, Wile E. was the user. And then another one was Doug the dog against Slappy the squirrel.
Not familiar with those.
All right, well, anyhow.
But that's awesome.
It's a great gag.
Yeah.
Hey, I would like to do a little thank you to a mystery gift that we received today.
Yes.
And this is from Devin, listener Devin Mayer. And she sent us a box of Mrs. Fields cookies
and popcorn
goodies. And she wrote a little something for my favorite radio show. Congrats on making the Hall of Fame, you puds. Your sultry voices soothe our souls. From your friend Devin. Enjoy. And Gad, it says Gad Nukes. Gadzooks. Well, thank you. We will put that to good use. That was
That's
really
very sweet. I'm
You
having
didn't
some
have-
of the kettle corn right now.
Didn't have to do that, and we very much appreciate it. But you can keep doing that if you want to. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll get the lesson question, the trash music news, and all that stuff. And do we usually do the secret text word winner right now?
No, we do that after trash.
All right, well, we'll hold on for that. And we have a chance for you to win Black Crows and Dirty Honey tickets for next Thursday, BB&T Pavilion. So text word secret to 39333. Coming back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The Preston and Steve small business.
All you need to know is worm-like noodle, and you know it's vermicelli.
That's
Any
it.
of the other information. Right?
That's what makes it such a great game. Is that there are tactics that can be employed that are. It's not just happenstance. I mean, there certainly is a level of that, but there is a way to play the game and have different methodologies that can get you across the line. And then, of course, there's also luck.
Tons of luck.
Yeah, and that's it.
And then that clue I just mentioned is a great example of, as a viewer, you might know vermicelli, but then you learned all of this stuff about the Eid festival and another quote. Like, you can learn, like, of course there's the game aspect, but then there's all the other information which may not help you get the answer. It's like, oh, I didn't realize that, you know?
Yeah.
When I host trivia night at my kid's school. We brought it to the school. It's Quizzo night, and I'm the one who comes up with the questions. And I take a page out of Jeopardy's notebook. Like, I will ask a question where the audience will be like, how am I supposed to know the answer to this? And then you're supposed to ask yourself, how am I supposed to know the answer to this? The answer is in the question. Like, why would you think that any of us would even know this answer? Well, what's the question and how is it asked?
You're right,
Great,
because
great riddles are done that way.
And that's it.
Exactly.
If you watch like a straight up college bowl type of game where they don't do that, you'll get slaughtered because it's as dry and un-border collie-ish, you know, in the way that you can be directed a little bit. It's just antiseptically, what is this? And you're and I find I have to tap out, but I can do better at Jeopardy because of a little bit, just a little bit of prodding will get you there.
There's usually like 3 clues in each clue, and I think I got a chance to finally meet the writers. As a contestant, you've no contact with the writers. So as the host, I finally got to meet them, and I was just like singing their praises because I think the format of the show, having so many clues, like if there's a category about, some pop artist or some subject you don't know, it's only a couple questions and there's a bunch of other stuff. That's one thing. But the writing of the clues is so masterful. And I was like, I'm not worthy because it's exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
There's always a way, even if you don't know the information, to find, like, except for maybe the $2,000 clues, which sometimes you got to know it or you don't.
It's true.
90% of the clues, you can figure it out. And that is as much fun as knowing something cold.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Buzzy, I wanted to ask you about another book. It's called Answers in the Form of Questions. Claire McNear wrote it. I don't know if you had a chance to read it or even. Yeah. And she goes into the production of the show and where the contestants stay and what they bring to the set and how many different pairs of clothes they have to wear and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you think that was an accurate representation of what your time as a contestant on Jeopardy was like?
Absolutely. Claire is fabulous. Like, we joke that if Jeopardy is Harry Potter, she's our like Rita Skeeter or whatever. She's like,
the Daily Quibbler or whatever.
Yeah. Or what, I don't know if she likes that, but I actually, I interviewed her. I actually invited her out to, there's like an ex-Jeopardy trivia night here in LA, which is like known as one of the hardest bar trivia nights in the country. So I made her come out and play to have that experience. She's incredible, and she really knows her stuff. And she's a fan, and I think that's I really recommend that book to people who are fans of the show, because you start to see all these different sides of the experience, whether it's, being a contestant, sort of community afterwards. I think she did a great job of sort of giving everyone a taste of the experience, and not everyone's experience is the same. Some people have, not a great experience when they come to taping because of whatever reason. But I think she did an amazing job.
That's cool.
I love that book.
I knew about the filming schedule and 5 a day, but what I didn't consider is, say, when you had your 9-game run, you were doing all those, you had to have knocked out 5 in one day as a contestant as well, correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Wow.
so my first game was a Monday game. So I did 2 consecutive tape days, and I lost in the 10th game. I lost on the last game of the second day. And I think that's part of what, once you're a contestant, when you see someone go on a long streak, the endurance of, just shot nerves coming in to do it again. I mean, it's not, you usually only tape 2 or 3 days a week. So it's not like you're doing 5 days of 5 shows a day.
Right.
But it's still just such an impressive feat of endurance. And getting ready to host, I knew I needed to have endurance and bring the same energy to a Thursday or Friday game that I bring to a Monday game.
Yeah.
So for that month where I knew I was going to be guest hosting, I was doing a ton of training. I would do strength training in the morning.
Yeah.
And then I would do like cardio 2 times throughout the day just to make sure I could still summon the energy
To have the pheromones released. Yeah. I can absolutely see that. To be sharp. I wanted to ask you, just in your personal life, we know you were in the music industry, or may actively still be, went to school for communications, and so
music. I studied music.
Music. Okay. So what do you do? We had a little bit of a hint here and there.
Yeah.
But specifically, what are you mostly involved with, Buzzy?
I do music for commercials, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so I do. I find music for commercials, or I, hire composers to write music for commercials.
Do you yourself play or write or?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I don't really do anything for professionally, but for fun, I play and write a lot. Yeah.
So for specific campaigns, you'll choose the music.
Absolutely. So I'm sure everybody is gonna give me a hard time for this, but like the Airbnb campaign that everyone thought was the In Memoriam films.
Right.
I did all those. So I did all the music for those.
Very nice. Very nice.
I do. Yeah.
I mean, that can be very lucrative. Now, obviously, you get a quicker hit from a win on Jeopardy. And correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if this is true. We have big discussions about nicknames on the show and how one earns a nickname. Were you appointed your nickname while still in
yes.
in utero?
Yeah,
you were.
Yes.
How did
I
that
was.
happen?
Well, I'm 36, and I think when I was in my mom's stomach, we didn't have sexing of babies right yet. It wasn't quite as advanced as it is now.
Right.
And so they didn't know if I was a boy or a girl. And I have an older sister, and she needed something to call the bump, right? Because it was like, oh, there's a baby in there. And my dad had gone to high school with a guy named Buzzy, and he thought it was a cool name. To be honest, I think the original nickname was Bozo. And my mom was like, we're not calling this baby Bozo.
You dodged a bullet.
We switched to Buzzy. They gave me my real name, Austin, after Steve Austin, the $6 Million Man.
Cool.
My sister's name is Lindsay, like Lindsay Wagner, the Bionic Woman. So
no way.
Big fans of
Bionics.
Sci-fi.
That's funny.
But the funny thing is, like, my great-grandmother, who was alive when I was born, my mom was like, all right, I'm going to let her decide, because my dad kept calling me Buzzy. And my mom's like, there's no way she's going to let this kid be called Buzzy. And my great-grandmother, like, spent some time with me, and she goes, Austin's much too big a name for such a little person. I'm going to call him Buzzy. And so that's how I've been Buzzy for my whole life.
Sealed your fate.
There you go.
Nice.
It works, though.
Well, listen, you've done a
Yeah.
great job. The hosting
Thank you.
continues through to Friday, and Tournament of Champions. And, of course, you can see that at 7 o'clock on ABC here locally in Philadelphia. Buzzy, great talking with you, man. Thanks so much for coming on this morning. We appreciate
Go
it.
Birds. Trust the process.
There you go. Love it. He knows it all. Take care, brother. We'll see you later. Oh, my God, that's great.
Terrific. He's actually from Jersey.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, if I had the confidence, that's the show I'd love to be on. I just don't have the confidence to be on something that wide ranging. Every now and then I'll get, man, I can run like 2 categories and feel like, I'm the champ. After splitting from Kristen Cavallari after 10 years together, sources tell ET that Jay Cutler is on the celeb dating app called Raya.
This just in, Jay Cutler's on the dating app Soraya. Psoriasis.
Raya. No. Psoriasis?
It's for people looking for other people with skin conditions.
That's cool.
Let's meet for some drinks and chafe together. Let's flake together.
Yeah.
And then I am on a site for people with vitiligo.
Oh, let's flake together.
No, I think it's like one that you have to be accepted into.
Raya? Is it one of these where you need
like some
you
sort
have
of
to be somebody?
Yeah, like
She's
notoriety.
right.
Okay.
Yes, in fact, it is the celebrity
notoriety. Raya. I don't know. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it. Maybe it's Raya, Raya. But
Who really cares?
His profile on Raya says, let's see here. He's here just for friends.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Friends, friends will touch your genitals.
You can diddle.
Yeah.
Who gets to decide whether or not you're a celebrity worthy enough to be on this website?
I think they have actually a vetting committee.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, I believe that's the way it goes. And they will determine. Think of it as there's like a Steve Rubel standing in front of Studio 54, and they decide whether you're appropriate for this website.
So, well, listen, in honor of, was it International Geek Day? Or?
It's just Geek Pride Day.
Geek Pride Day.
Yeah.
I'd been working on an impression. You guys want to hear it? So, Steve, you do your Batman impression, but you have that...
processor.
You have the processor.
Okay.
I don't have a processor.
Are we supposed to guess what this impression is?
No, it's Batman. It's Batman.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, you ready?
Okay, yeah.
Please keep that kryptonite away from me.
Is that a line he says in the movie?
No, please keep that kryptonite away from me.
You sound like Cookie Monster.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sounds like it hurts when you do that.
No.
Please keep that cookies away from me.
Is it because it's a Superman impression?
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I've been working on it.
I got
It's
it.
really good. It's really good.
I got
So
it.
it's a
No.
Superman
I
impression.
was confused why the whole kryptonite
It's a
thing,
terrible
but-
joke that I heard with Chuck over the weekend. You say this is Batman, but you obviously say Superman line, and then somebody says, that's Superman. And then you go, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Like, that's
okay.
Superman. I told Chuck, I said, dude, I'm going to hang myself out to dry next week.
Yeah.
I'm
But you
gonna
did it,
find
man.
this-
You took the bullet.
Are we on air?
Yeah, we are.
Oh,
I think we're
Wait,
still
hang
on
on.
air.
In fact, Bill's coming down the hallway with an award for Casey. That was great.
That was amazing.
That's an immediate A plus. That's like my joke. Good morning, Cincinnati.
You know, it's funny.
Yeah.
Wow.
Please keep that kryptonite.
Just don't do one that
gets
sounds like Cookie
better, right?
Monster.
I can't not do Cookie Monster.
Like the thanks man thing, I was like, I didn't even get that part of it. So sorry, man.
Nick got it. He was
Yeah,
following.
I know.
I enjoyed every second of it.
And Bill has that award in his hands.
Yep. By the way, somebody said we should make Bad Dad Joke Cookie Monster a character.
Thanks, man.
So you have to do all the dad jokes.
What was the last one I just did off air?
The thing is that it was not attempting a Cookie Monster,
wasn't.
but that became your default.
Take kryptonite away from me. Tell me, do you like cookies? Me too.
Me too.
Tonight, when you go back home, turn off the cookie light.
Tell me, do you like to eat cookies?
With Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Revivalist Spirits, voted USA Today's top craft gin distillery. Offers online ordering and delivery of gin, vodka, bourbon, and pre-made cocktails to all Pennsylvania residents. Use the promo code Preston for 10% off of your purchase. RevivalistSpirits.com. What's up, Steve?
Well, rumors circulating that it was an on-set romance between Pete Davidson and Kaylee Cuoco that accelerated her recent divorce. In a related story, literally nothing on earth makes sense anymore. Conor McGregor denying that he got into a dust-up with Machine Gun Kelly backstage at the MTV Video Awards after the musician refused to take a photo with the fighter. McGregor says he wouldn't waste his time with Machine Gun Kelly because, quote, Justin Bieber is the whole package and it feels like he's actually singing to you.
Oh, my God.
And finally, speaking of Machine Gun Kelly, his girlfriend Megan Fox stopping traffic in New York City as she was seen walking along in a lace bustier and miniskirt over thigh-high boots. Fox said it was part of her way of helping out the homeless living on the streets because they need boners too.
Yeah.
And that's your Hollywood Trash.
Let's see if you were paying attention. We have a question this morning, which is, what candy does Casey love to pick out of his teeth? And we will go to Mikey and see if we get the answer. Yo, Mikey.
I want to eat, goddammit.
Yeah, brother. All right, and if you were to eat a candy bar and it was stuck in Casey's teeth, what candy bar would that be?
Nobody better lay a finger on my Butterfinger.
You got it, bud. Butterfinger. Hang on a second, Mikey. Got you a pair of tickets for Movies at the Man, and this will be Saturday, September 25th, featuring Marvel Studios' Black Panther in concert. The Man Center Festival Orchestra performs the Oscar and Grammy-winning score live while the film plays in high definition on a 40-foot screen and 2 lawn screens. You can visit mancenter.org for tickets and information.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, and Music News brought to you by Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. We're going to start with Foo Fighters. Their fans heap high praise on the band, and they've certainly had their share of commercial success. But Dave Grohl tells Rolling Stone, I don't know if we've ever felt cool. In fact, early on, Grohl says people were against the idea of a post-Nirvana band, including some of his friends. He said, I was thinking it's inevitable. People will not want me to do this, and there were people, even friends, that were offended. And I just thought, how dare they? I mean, this is how I'm going to get through life. And he added, and then I would sit in an interview and they'd say, with all the crashing cymbals and distorted guitars and screaming, did you intentionally want to sound like Nirvana? Well, so he says they weren't cool, but Foo Fighters were honored with MTV VMA's first Global Icon Award on Sunday. That seems pretty cool to me. So,
I mean, look at their legacy.
Yeah. If you thought Tommy Lee would have issues with the upcoming Hulu series, Pam and Tommy, you thought wrong. While the series focuses on the ups and downs of the couple's relationship, including their infamous sex tape, Lee told E.T., it's cool. Backstage at Sunday's
Are you okay with this?
MTV Video Music Awards.
You have a big penis.
Tommy said...
It's like my index finger.
He said, I thought a lot of people would think that it's one thing, but it's really about privacy and how things got crazy then. There's different laws now, he said. Of course, he's referring to the sex tape made on their honeymoon, which was allegedly stolen from their house and released in E.T. You clearly...
Does the end of your penis glow like my finger?
You saw that video, I'm sure.
I loved it. It got me all hot and bothered.
He continued by saying the story's actually...
She can suck a florg through a gangplank.
She can suck a what?
A florg through a gangplank.
A floored through a gangplank.
It's an old saying.
On our planet. I don't know what you guys say.
Golf ball through a garden hole.
I'll file that away.
One of them, or start a leaf blower. One of the two.
Suck the chrome off a boat hitch.
Yeah, that one too. So he continued saying the story's actually cool. What actually happened wasn't cool. He said that actor Sebastian Stan, it tells me it's pretty wild. He said, I feel like it was forever ago, but it's a cool story, and people need to know it's cool. I'm stoked.
Do you realize, so when this comes out, we're going to have two, actually, it looks good, so I'm just going to prejudge it and say it's going to be pretty good. But two Motley Crue movies that are kind of fun. I mean, The Dirt, I really enjoyed.
Yeah, it was good.
I watched it a couple of times.
So Sebastian Stan plays Tommy. Lily James plays Pamela Anderson.
Lily.
So you got two solid actors.
Yeah.
The couple tied the knot in Mexico in 1995 after knowing each other for just a few days. I forgot about that part.
Yes. Just like she did with Kid Rock.
And they have two sons together. No word yet on when Pam and Tommy will premiere on Hulu. Alanis Morissette, as we said yesterday, is slamming a new documentary about her life, and there's a little bit more about it. Ahead of the premiere of HBO's Jagged, the 47-year-old singer released a statement on Tuesday describing the new film as salacious, as she accused the film's team of including facts that are simply not true while giving her a false sense of security during interviews.
Yeah, she's actively campaigning against this.
Yeah, she said, I agreed to participate in a piece about the celebration of Jagged Little Pill's 25th anniversary and was interviewed during a very vulnerable time while in the midst of my third postpartum depression during lockdown. She and her husband, Mario Treadway, are parents to sons Ever Imrie, Winter Mercy, and daughter Onyx Solace.
Those are some mother effer names.
They are. She said, I was lulled into a false sense of security. And their salacious agenda became apparent immediately upon my seeing the first cut of the film. She said, this is when I knew our versions were in fact painfully diverged. This was not the story I agreed to tell. I sit here now experiencing the full impact of having trusted someone who did not warrant being trusted. I have chosen not to attend any event around this movie for two reasons. One is that I'm on tour right now. The other is that, not unlike many stories and unauthorized biographies out there over the years, this one includes implications and facts that are simply not true. Wow. She said, while there is beauty and some elements of accuracy in this / my story, to be sure, I ultimately won't be supporting someone else's reductive take on a story much too nuanced for them to ever grasp or tell.
Well, and I feel bad because I still want to watch it.
I do too.
And
I wish I knew which parts she was going to were saying were false, so therefore we could watch it for what it is and the parts that are good.
They should have a little icon of Stallone pop up when it's not correct.
Yeah.
It stinks.
Yeah, this is not true. It stinks. Yeah.
That's right. It stinks. I'm Alanis Morissette's number one fan, and this is not accurate. It's like a fly in your Chardonnay.
The documentary's director, Allison Clayman, addressed Morissette's reaction to the film and said, it's a really hard thing to see a movie made about yourself, and I think she's incredibly brave in her reaction when she saw it, that it was and then she pauses and said she could feel all the work, all the nuance that went into it. So she doesn't like it.
She actually is a recurring character on the animated series Great White North on Fox, and she basically plays like the Northern Lights, but they kind of look like Alanis Morissette and can talk to one of the characters on the show.
Okay.
She's also a judge on a new singing show called Alter Ego.
Really?
Yeah, I don't even know what channel it's on.
Is that the new one with the avatars?
Oh, yes.
Holy
Yeah,
Christ!
'cause-
This makes the Masked Singer
Oh, seriously?
look like firing. It's just horrible.
So she's going to be a judge on that?
Oh my God!
That's stooping a bit.
Yeah, look at this thing. So these are like computer-generated avatars.
Right.
Nick Lachey and Will.I.am are also
Jesus
judges.
Christ! When will they stop with this?
Those are more credible names than Masked Singer. So
Well, how soon before it's just the person's hand with the face drawn on it?
Right.
You know, moving their thumb up and down.
South Park.
Interesting.
Wait, but are they celebrities that are singing, or?
That's a good question.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Marissa, does it say if the concept is they try to identify who they are?
I watched it for 3 seconds before I could change the channel after the football game on Sunday.
Maybe they're just judging on vocal performance and how well this person is as a singer as opposed to how they look. I don't know, man. All right, I got other stuff. All signs are pointing to a new Guns N' Roses track being dropped in the near future. Following last month's release of Absurd, a reworking of the looming unreleased song Silkworms.
Is it Welcome to the Buffet?
Has been reported that the band is now prepping a tune called Hard School for imminent release. Guns fans have been aware of the track for some time now, as it was originally recorded under the working title of Jackie Chan during the band's sessions for the last album, 2008's Chinese Democracy.
They should do a song called Jackie Chan.
So don't know when we'll get that, but the signs are pointing to the fact that we will.
Where do you stand on Guns N' Roses?
I don't care about them anymore.
Yeah?
I don't care about the new stuff anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, Appetite was an amazing album. Lies was a great album. And then it started to kind of fizzle after that for me. So
I kind of sit in that realm.
But I love hearing Sweet Child of Mine and Paradise City, and it's so easy and all that stuff.
You saw them in concert, right, Kathy?
Yes, and I hated it and left early.
Wow.
See, I had a great time there.
No,
it was the sound.
It was the sound.
For you, right?
And you know what? I've been to a number of shows where the sound was terrible and it ruined it. I was at U2 as well, and I love them and very much enjoy their music. And where I was sitting was just terrible.
You need to subscribe to the notion: no roof, no rock. You'll get a better mix.
Yeah. Due to COVID protocols, the Rolling Stones were unable to attend their late drummer Charlie Watts' funeral in England last week.
That's got to be devastating.
Surviving Stones, Mick Jagger, Keith Richards, Ron Wood, and the rest of their touring band who are rehearsing in Boston were unable to make the cross-Atlantic journey due to the spike in the Delta variant. A longtime Keith Richards collaborator, Steve Jordan, also known for his work on the original Saturday Night Live, the Blues Brothers, Late Night with David Letterman band, will be sitting in for Charlie Watts on the upcoming dates. The Stones' late 60s road manager, Sam Cutler, attended the service for Watts and told the London Standard it perfectly reflects the man he was, and I completely understand the choice that was made. He would have hated a fuss and the commotion that involved the public, what that would have meant. And that's it in music news. I do, however, have a chance for someone to win right now. Secret text word. Kathy, you got a number caller?
10.
All right, let's take the 10th caller at 215-263-WMMR. You need to know the secret text word in order to win the Black Crows and Dirty Honey tickets. And we'll grab a random text or two, have two winners when we get back, and then we will wrap up the show. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The MM Army is coming to your neighborhood. Join the MM Army tonight.
Did you know that Mortal Kombat was from Finland?
No.
What was the joke? I forget. It's something like... My mother was born in Iceland, and my father was born in Cuba. That makes me an ice cube. Mortal Kombat was based off of a Scandinavian song. It was a Finnish hymn. You get it? Finnish. him.
All right, I like Van Danjo Cookie Monster.
Oh, man.
It's a thing now, Kat.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, God.
Anything to make you cringe, Kath.
Anything.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge. Part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
My name is Bono, and I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called the Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. Remember what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is Pizza Hut. All right, so it's called the Edge, and
It's called the Edge.
Pizza Hut considers the Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call the Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh, yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
I remember this.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
Mid-size.
It'll be available at participating locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut just not that actually that long ago. It was probably during Lent, and I did it because we had been talking about it. I'm like, I
You're a
haven't.
man of faith.
Well, I hadn't had a Pizza Hut pizza in a long time, so I ended up getting a regular pizza, and then I got the stuffed crust pizza. And I know that you guys are all out on stuffed crust. I thought the stuffed crust was.
You're a filthy animal.
I know, but I thought it was markedly better.
I'm not out on stuffed crust, but I just don't order it. You know what I
Too
mean?
much.
I know, and I
Why don't they just take a fire hose and spray cheese on you as you come in?
Right.
So this pizza, looking at it, I'm glad thin crust has kind of made its way around the country because I grew up in St. Louis. This pizza called the Emos. You guys know I've talked about it for years. That's what it is. It's this thin crust
Your
pizza.
version of the Edge.
It's cut in squares. That's the way they've always cut it, and it's been since I was a baby. Essentially that that I've had that. So
Suckling at your mother's teeth.
I prefer this type pizza. I'm glad that it's made its way around.
And so I don't actually ever remember this as a menu item. So
I don't
you
remember
guys,
this from Pizza Hut either, Steve.
I do.
I remember Domino's.
You do?
I do remember this, yeah, and I remember it because of like the way that they were able to cram as much pizza on as thin a crust as possible and get it all the way to the edge. Hence the name.
Well, this was kind of like you said, 97, right?
Yeah.
So like that was past at least my Pizza Hut days. I think the last time I had Pizza Hut, I was in like middle school.
You were not in college or ordering pizza.
Was the time at downtown Julie Brown.
Wubba wubba wubba.
No, Nick. You know,
Wubba wubba was the battle cry as they took to the pizzas. And the ovens flamed with the fires of edginess.
Wubba wubba.
So Nick, we had like the famous like pizza restaurant that we would go to in Westchester.
What famous pizza restaurant was it?
More's, I think it was called.
That's More's. Slav.
We had Oips.
College towns always have the the local pizza joints.
Yeah,
It's fantastic. The one at University of Missouri was Shakespeare's, and it was outstanding.
Original Italian pizza, Oips. Everybody ordered.
Oips?
Yeah, original Italian pizza is what that stood for, and that was the college town pizza. Yeah, so but you wouldn't order from OIP. You'd Oips. That's Oips.
Yeah.
All right, let me move on to something else. You had mentioned your mustard, Nick.
Yes.
You may want to try that on watermelon. It's the latest thing that people have been sampling. Lizzo kind of made a big deal about it on TikTok. So she had she made a video of her doing some funny TikTok things where there's some edits and all of a sudden the watermelon appears and so on.
So this to me, Preston, seems like the old thing of putting salt on watermelon.
Yeah, I grew up putting salt on watermelon. I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But they had said it was to bring out the sweetness by adding the salt. And
I heard that on cantaloupe.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, yeah. Same thing.
Yep. Yeah, and I like them.
Any melon will do.
So here's the thing.
Doesn't matter if it's a cantaloupe or a honeydew or a cassava. Any melon covered in salt will bring out the sweetness of the savory. Living together on one melon the way we should all live together.
Now people are trying mustard.
Now they're trying mustard just like Lizzo.
Yeah, so, but the jury's out on whether she thought it was good or not. So she had called it, is it bussin' or disgusting?
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
But she never really,
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
in this video, said whether it was bussin' or disgusting. So
No, she doesn't. And I think, the common thing of like sea salt and caramel.
Yes.
So to me, that does work. And some things that I thought would never work do work. I don't know about the watermelon and the mustard. It just seems to be too combating.
Yep.
I'm tying it into the previous conversation. We used to do mustard on pizza.
Okay. I can see that.
Why did
I
you
don't
do
know.
that?
I'm not sure. Somebody.
Ranch dressing, Kathy.
Ew, no. That's just
You
for
said,
the,
"Ooh, no,"
that's
but
for
you-
the crust, right? Or the whole pizza.
You can do the whole pizza.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
we
I
should have
said
gotten
ew, no,
watermelon.
yet I put mustard on pizza. Sorry.
We should have taste tested this.
Casey, when's the last time you've had ranch dressing on pizza?
It's been a while.
Been a while?
At least like 2 or 3 days.
Okay.
Do we have something that could approximate a melon and put some mustard on it?
Wait, I might. Let me see if I have.
Do you keep a melon in your desk drawer?
I might have
Kathy
watermelon.
brings a ton of fruit every day, remember?
Oh,
She brings a
can we try
giant
that?
fruit salad.
Yes.
Go see if you have watermelon.
Yummy, yummy.
We'll try it.
Let's get it.
I'm sure
Kathy rises to the challenge.
there's got to be mustard in the fridge.
Yes.
Connor, can you go look in the fridge and see if there's any mustard?
Let's try it.
Or Marissa's already on her way. But yeah, I got to believe no matter what, it's not good. And this is just a thing that people have done to make you eat mustard on
Listen,
watermelon. Here, try this.
People are eating Tide Pods, so you have to take
Yeah.
everything with a grain of salt.
Here's a text. Somebody says, my husband always puts pepper on his cantaloupe.
What?
Interesting.
What, in prison?
No.
Oh.
But I've had, you know what? I've had fruit in salads before, and you put pepper. Like, there's strawberry salads and things like that.
Do you know what I
Put pepper
do?
on that.
So, and it's a weird. So, Honey Grow, I do the like a sesame noodle. Whatever they call it. It's a salad, I guess it is.
Okay.
But pineapple in that. So something, pineapple and sesame and a sesame sauce work together really well.
I could see that work. Sometimes when you have like a teriyaki dish.
Yes,
there'll be
exactly.
pineapple in that.
That's the same thing.
Sesame oil in usually in that. So that'll play along.
It's great.
Let's see if Kathy is.
Chef or melons? Where's Kathy's melons?
Hang on. Here we go.
They're usually on display.
That in a non-sexual way. In the way she has a 44-pound.
We got it.
We do.
So you got watermelon. So we can try this. Should I just hold off until we get
Hold
this?
off.
All right. All right, because
Hold.
well, now we're in
That's from
Braveheart.
Braveheart, yeah, there we go. I got you.
Freedom! Do you want to live in chains, or do you want to live with salt on your watermelon? Ah!
Mustard!
My God.
It's a Friday.
It is a Friday, isn't it?
I know. Wow.
Well, now I want to go watch Braveheart.
I think they actually
They're making love.
They're pounding the actual mustard seeds right
Pounding
now.
the mustard seeds. Pounding them out. 1 mustard seed. 2 mustard seeds.
Slapping them down.
Slapping them down. Slap at the base.
Now we've gone to I Love You Man.
Yes.
Here we go.
Wow, they eat plates and
I don't want it. I don't want to have
I will try it.
You don't want to? Oh, yes.
I'm chewing tobacco, so I'm just trying to be healthy, guys.
Thank you, Marissa. That's very
I don't want to sully the taste of the tobacco.
All right, so we have each have a small piece of watermelon, and we have a little dollop of a mustard.
Do a dollop.
Is this regular yellow mustard, Marissa? All right.
Wait. Don't do
What?
it. Oh, I want to do a countdown. I want to get everybody ready.
Okay.
Oh, we're all going to do it at the same time?
Just like they do in a temple.
I'm going first. I'm sorry. You guys, hang on. That way I can talk while you guys are chewing.
All right.
All right.
And 3.
1, 2, 3.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, you're not a fan? All right.
That's horrible. There's
No.
nothing appealing about
Nope.
that at all. Not in the slightest.
Well, maybe it was the mustard. Get different mustard.
No.
No?
No. It doesn't belong on watermelon. Kathy?
I do love mustard, though.
I don't mind
And
it.
I love watermelon.
I think it's two separate things that I like,
I
but
agree.
I don't have the reaction that you have that it was disgusting.
Michael Gandolfini stepping into his father's shoes and playing a young Tony Soprano.
It's very cool.
Yeah, they were nice guys, so it was good to have them on. They're excited about it, too. And thank you to Crystal Cly from NBC 10 for being on. The Clear the Shelters event is going on right now, but September 18th, all shelters and rescues have either waived or will reduce the adoption fees. So if you've been on the fence about getting a new companion in your life, that's a good time to do it right there and save yourself some money in the process. And thank you to Melora Hardin, too.
Yay!
Who's from season 30 of Dancing with the Stars. You know her from The Office, and she was just checking in, getting ready for her performances with that. So, and real quick, I need to congratulate Eddie Price, our secret text word winner, our random text word winner, and maybe this caller, number 10, it's Andrew. Hey, Andrew.
Hey, I can't believe Eric Lindros is calling my phone.
Phone. Andrew, what's the secret text word?
It's Tumblr.
You got it, my man. You win the tickets. Hang on. We'll get your information. Just like Eddie Price of Palmyra, New Jersey, we're going to give you tickets to see the Black Crowes Shake Your Moneymaker Tour with Dirty Honey next Thursday, the 23rd, BB&T Pavilion. Some tickets remain at Ticketmaster. You can click concerts at WMMR.com for complete details and another chance to win for MMR VIP members. Jackie freaking Bam Bam.
Today you could call me Mr. Heat Miser. Jeez. Oh, somebody is reading my mind. I'm Mr. Heat. Come on, Steve, help me out.
Oh, no, I'm cold myself.
I'm Mr. Heat.
It's hot outside.
It's like 83 degrees in my Batmobile.
83, huh?
I just made it in here before I melted away. Wow.
Yeah, it's muggy today.
Swamp ass. 2 words for you, Press Bub.
Yeah, bud.
Is that what you're rocking?
Yeah.
I showered. I'm okay, Steve.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Sometimes you get
no underwear, though. He
Yeah, I
definitely
was
doesn't
what
get
kind of
swamp
pants? you have on?
Sometimes,
Let me see.
Romano, what are you looking at?
Your pants.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes what? Sometimes you will wear underwear?
Sometimes I'm showered and I never wear underwear. You should know that.
Do you gold bond up your butt?
Preston, stand it up.
I wanted to see your pants.
We want to see your pants.
They're plain black today.
Plain black.
I think I got them in aisle 3 of CVS. The girls' stretch pants.
Only the best.
Yes, only the best.
Stretch pants.
So wait, Preston, you cut bangs? We would have been best friends in St. Louis. This is before you had the mullet and you were in a band. You cut bangs?
I was a little kid, man. I was in like kindergarten.
You were a goth kid before you were a mullet boy. I love it.
Did you ever self cut your hair?
I cut it all the time still.
You still do it?
I do.
You cut your own hair.
Back to what we said on Monday. I want to have a promotion with Casey Boy. I told him I want to give him a Rod Stewart, Chris Robinson crop, but he won't let me do it. Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Thinning shears, I razor it. I could do it all.
No kidding.
Really?
You want to?
You
next,
gonna
Marissa?
I mean, Marissa needs a haircut.
Next white dinner party, I'll bring my thinning shears and we'll hang out together, Marissa.
Do you cut Brittany's hair?
I do.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right. That's
I got the
pretty
Nikki
impressive.
Sixx, the razor going on. I think I did an MMR event one day, and I bought thinning shears in a dollar store, and I cut a listener's hair. It was so cool. I put a trash bag on him and all. Give him a good crop.
I had no idea Jackie had that talent. Wow.
You want bangs again, Press?
No, I'm good. I'm good to go. But
Just
I
checking.
appreciate that, man. What I do want is a letter of the day. You ready?
I am ready.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
Hi, and the President and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
The letter I for Team Insomnia.
There are only 2 more letters to get, and then you get the word, and maybe you'll get that 6-pack of pit tickets for, of course, the MM Barbecue, which is brought to you by Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Saturday, September 25th, BB&T Pavilion featuring Jane's Addiction, The Offspring, Cheap Trick, Dirty Honey, Dorothy, Mammoth Wolfgang Van Halen, Aaron Jones, and Foxtrot and the Get Down. Tickets to the party on the lawn start just $25, and you can visit WMMR.com for complete details. Who are you most looking forward to seeing at the MM Barbecue?
Well, every night I get a phone call from the lead singer at Dirty Honey. He's like backstage with the Black Crowes. They call me every night, and I better be bringing them up. I am really looking forward to seeing them. They're like the junior, like you said, a blues show.
Yeah.
They're great. Yeah.
Excellent, man.
Yeah.
All right, let me see. What's up on your show today?
Just like you, I smell a winner. We have the Money Clips keyword coming up at noon and 2. Workforce blocks on Pierre's menu. We're going to do the Ramones. We're going to remember Johnny Ramone on the anniversary of his passing. We got another big concert warm-up, MMR concert tonight in Philadelphia with Megadeth. So we'll get you ready for that with a big block. Lamb of God, Trivium in Flames. We'll take you out. We'll get you into the Pink, saluting their keyboardist Rick Wright. Prize golf, and just like you, we have Black Crowes, Dirty Honey tickets. Give you a chance to to win them, and Metallica on plastic, meaning vinyl.
Excellent. All right. Thank you, Jackie. I want to thank our sponsors, too. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Also brought to you by Acme, fresh foods and local flavors. Tomorrow on our show, the Thursday edition, we're going to have Karen Knotts, who is the daughter of Don Knotts, on the show.
Holy hell.
I'm assuming she has a book out, Casey?
Yeah.
All right. That should be very interesting. Don Knotts, the legend in the world.
I'm a huge
of comedy.
John Knotts fan.
Yeah, me
Barney
too.
Fife.
Yeah. All right. So, and